Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Mumbai.
We're ready to proceed. Thank you, Chair. Chief George, I'll just play the video and you'll confirm and tell us what we're looking at when we're done watching it, okay?
Thank you, Chair.
It was playing, Chair, and now it's not playing again. Chair, I'm advised that we might need a longer adjournment.
We'll adjourn and come back once it's indicated to us that we should.
Thank you,
Adjourn.
Chair.
Hayi ziyabuya kwaMadlanga.
Okay, can you tell us firstly why did you take the video?
Commissioners, as indicated, I took the video for future reference for TOMS as well as CAA if there was any noise complaints laid by the community.
I don't quite see what we are supposed to see. I can't even tell the house at which the takedown was taking place.
So, Commissioners, if you look at the video, there was at one specific house, there was 2 vehicles standing, as well as at the gate, there was people standing at the gate, and there was cars in the street. As indicated previously to the Commission, if this was bogus cops, as we call it, they would have definitely dispersed from their, Commissioners.
Ms. Nube, if you see what Mr. Raftopolis is referring to, can you pause
Yes.
at the relevant part?
Chair, I thought perhaps he can look behind him and tell us when we should pause. So I'll play the video again and you're best able to tell us.
Thank you.
So, Commissioners, that was there's the entrance of the vehicle, of the premises, Commissioners. There's the vehicle standing, as well as there's a vehicle standing on the right-hand side.
Is that the 2 vehicles parked side by side and parked at 90 degrees to the street or not?
That is correct, Commissioner. That is the 2 vehicles that is at the entrance of the premises.
All right.
And is the tennis court to the left part of the property?
Yeah, there's a tennis court on the left part. I can't confirm it's part of the property, Commissioners.
Okay.
Or is there anything else we should take note of or not really?
Commissioners, then only the vehicle standing in front of the garage. If we can just forward the video a bit. That's the one there, Commissioners. There's the vehicle standing there.
Or further up, again, it's 2 vehicles, one white. The one on the right is white, and there's a darker one on the left. Am I right?
Yeah, it's a dark color, Commissioner.
Yes, all right. Thank you. That's enough from our side.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Now, you say that you didn't see anything suspicious, and my question to you was, why did you still fly over for another 3 to 5 minutes on your timeline?
It's not that, Commissioners, it's not that we're over the house for the 3 or 5 minutes. We were there in the vicinity. Unfortunately, as I indicated, if you're too long at one premises or a specific area, there will be complaints of a noise complaint to the CAA, and then we must also justify that to the CAA.
And then if we could go to page 4 of your statement, which is GR1, you say in your statement at paragraph 8 that you landed at 5 o'clock. That's reflected in that annexure.
That is correct, Commissioners. This is according to the satellite tracking of the helicopter.
Which means that you would have left at 16:53, approximately.
Around about approximately that time, Commissioners.
Then at paragraph 9 and 10, you address the allegations of interference. Can you just elaborate on that for us?
Thanks, Commissioners. Yeah, I've heard on testimony and in the newspapers and social media that we tried to interfere on a legitimate police operation at Mr. Katisho Molefe's residence. I'm very disturbed about these comments. They are untrue, as I had no idea who Mr. Molefe is or where he lives. I was merely assisting teams that I usually worked with in the past, and my understanding that was that there was bogus police or bogus cops at that premises, and that is the reason I volunteered to go with the chopper there, Commissioners.
Thank you, Chair. That's the evidence of this witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raftopoulos.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask for a short adjournment to get the next witness in and also to just excuse Mr. Raftopoulos? If we could ask for 10 minutes, please, Chair. The witness is here. He's just in the waiting area.
Must it be 10 minutes then?
5?
We'll wait outside and come back in
Thanks,
when
Chair.
you call us. Thank you.
takes off. Once his rate is on.
Your email is your first online impression. Make it count. With GoDaddy Email, you get a professional address that matches your domain. It builds trust, boosts credibility, and helps grow your brand. Setup is quick, and your inbox is protected with built-in security. And if you ever need help, we're just a call away. Start building your brand, one email at a time.
Ms. Ngube, before we start with the witness, I just want to raise an issue that relates to Brigadier Mokoena. Looking at the statements that we've been furnished with for today, it doesn't look like we'll take the whole day with them. We, as the commissioners, want Brigadier Mokoena to come back. Is it possible for him to come back this afternoon?
Chair, the indication from Brigadier Mokoena in our engagements with him over the weekend is that he would prefer not to return to the Commission at this stage until he has considered legal advice and considered all the evidence that will be led in this matter. He's not sure if at this stage he is considered an implicated person, having regard to the evidence that was led last week. So he's still considering his position, and my understanding from the DPCI's legal advisor is that they've advised him not to participate at this stage unless the Commission absolutely wants him to come, but even then he'll still consider his position.
We absolutely want him to come back. It will just be a question of the timing, but we absolutely do want him to come back. Remember, he had said that if Captain Kruger comes and confirms confirmation that he could not explain, that is the meaning thereof, as he used the word, And Captain Kruger came, but all of this, as you remember, related to whether or not he participated in the group. And he said he did not, and Captain Kruger said he did. And on the statements that we have shown, there are other witnesses, or at least there is one, but probably more than just one, who again contradict him. So we just must hear him again. So it's not a maybe. We do want to hear him again. But as I say, it's perhaps a question of timing, especially if he says he wants legal advice. I doubt that we would want to force him before he gets that legal advice.
Thank you, Chair. We
So
will
we-
engage with him and his legal advisor on this aspect when we're done here today. Or during the tea adjournment, I will contact them to see whether he would want to come back after lunch. If not today, then we'll make suitable arrangements for a future date.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the next witness is Warrant Officer Sabelo Nkosi. His statement appears in Section 4, and he has also elected to be sworn in.
Warrant Officer, good morning. And please state your full names for the record.
Good morning, Commissioner. I am Sabelo Nkosi.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer Nkosi, can I ask you in the file in front of you if you can go to Section 4, that should have your statement. And if I can ask you to confirm the signature on page 8.
Indeed, is my signature, Commissioner.
And do you confirm that the statement at page 1 to 8 of Section 4 is your statement prepared for purposes of your evidence today?
That's correct.
Do you confirm the correctness and truthfulness thereof?
I do.
Thank you. Warrant Officer Nkosi, can we start on page 1 of your statement, the introduction? You give a very terse introduction about your life as a police officer. Can you just expand on that for us, please?
Okay, I joined the South African Police on the year 2000. Currently, I'm holding the rank of a warrant officer. I'm currently based at Head Office, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, at the section called TOMS. TOMS meaning is an abbreviation, meaning that Tactical Operation Management Section of the TPCI.
And how long have you been in TOMS?
But that's from 2020.
And who do you report to?
Currently reported to Brigadier Mkweno as a section head.
What does TOMS do? I think someone explained previously, but can you please just remind me, what does TOMS do again?
Thank you, Commissioner. TOMS is a section within the TPCI which is in line with the mandate of the TPCI, but TOMS is only doing only the tactical part, the combat part.
And would that entail doing stuff like takedown operations?
That's correct.
So you would sort of be rendering support to others who are actually doing the operation itself?
Indeed.
Or conducting the operation itself?
Indeed, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
You say that you report to Brigadier Mokoena. Is that the same Brigadier Mokoena that is known in the department as Clanky?
Correct, Commissioner.
And at paragraph 2, you start with the events of 6 December 2024. Can you tell us how you got involved in those events?
Okay. Okay, on this particular day in question, 6 December 2024, it was around about 4 o'clock, 1600, 4 o'clock afternoon. I was at my place of residence. And then by then I was preparing to go out for an operation. We had a planned operation at the Northwest Province on that particular afternoon.
When you say at your home, where's your home?
Springs.
And when you refer to we were getting ready for an operation, can you tell us who that would have been?
Yeah, on my side, before 4 o'clock, I communicated with Captain Kruger. And then because he had a problem with his vehicle that he was using, his vehicle was not fit that it can drive to such a distance. Because where we were going, it was about 300 and something kilometers. So we arranged that because I am alone, him and Constable Tikovea, they're gonna jump up on me. We're gonna park that car somewhere, they jump on me, and then we proceed with our duties, with our journey.
And where were you going to park the car?
Where they were, any police station around there, we can leave the car.
Had he given you an indication at that stage in which area that would be, where the car would be parked?
The location that he sent me, it was a Pretoria North.
Okay. And he would have sent that location to you. Do you remember more or less what time on that day?
The location, if I remember correctly, it is between 3 and 4.
Okay, so between 3 and 4, you knew that at some stage you would meet him in Pretoria North to leave his vehicle and take him and Constable De Gavea as passengers to go to the operation in the Northwest.
Indeed.
And did you have a set time that you would meet him at that location?
I told them that I will be leaving by 4:15. I will be leaving my home. Normally, what we do, send
quarter past what?
4:15.
Oh, thank you.
Normally what?
Normally, what we do when I have to come and fetch you, I'm gonna send you my live location. Reason for that is that I don't want when I'm at your gate and then you are still drinking coffee or you wanna do anything. Because when I'm at your gate, you must be at your gate.
Okay, so at some point when you were going to leave, you were going to send him your live location. Okay,
Correct.
but you already knew where he wanted to leave the car.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay, please proceed.
I then received a call. The call, it was from Brigadier Mkwena. Brigadier Mkwena informed me that he has sent me a WhatsApp. I must check on that WhatsApp, and then he sent me an address. I must rush to that particular address. There are people there who are posing themselves as police officers. And then he further informed me that he received information from our national head. And then those people, they are posing also as TPCI members.
Okay, can we just take a step back? You, at that stage, are getting ready to go to meet Captain Kruger, but you're still at home, and then you receive the call from Brigadier Mokoena. Do you recall what time this would have been?
It could be between 4 o'clock and 4:15, somewhere there.
And he then tells you that you need to go there to the address in Sandton. He's going to send the address to you.
Correct.
And at that stage, did Brigadier Mokoena, was he aware that you were preparing to go to the Northwest for an operation?
Correct, he was aware.
How do you know that he was aware?
We don't go out on the operation without the approval of our commander.
To your knowledge, did he know what time you would be leaving for the operation?
On that one, Commissioner, I will not have any idea. But because between us and the brigadier, there are other senior officers that we directly report to. Them, they are the ones that are reporting to the brigadier.
To your knowledge, could he have had any reason to believe that around that time, that is the time you are referring to, you were already back from the operation?
Commissioner, we were not back, we were going there to the operation.
Yes, I hear you. I
Yes.
hear you. And Captain Kruger has also said that you were going, you were still to go for the operation. I'm asking a different question. I'm asking whether, to your knowledge, Brigadier Mokoena could have had any reason to believe that you were already back from the operation. To your knowledge, I know you were not in his mind, but knowing what you knew at the time and based on what you could have thought he also knew, could he have had any reason to think that you were already back from the operation?
You shouldn't have the reason for that, because when we say the meeting time that site at Northwest, we set a time for meeting. So now it's going to be up to you, an individual, the departure time based on the distance where you are traveling. I will make an example maybe by saying 8 o'clock tonight, we must meet at Devon Central at this particular area. And then now, each individual now, you must calculate his time, but at that particular time, you must be there in Devon.
All right. I may be asking you a question on something that you've dealt with. Please forgive me if that's the case. What time was the operation to take place?
The briefing was at 7 o'clock, 1900 hours.
The briefing?
Yes.
And then the operation itself?
The operation, the situation is going to detect there. Because after the briefing, there are some logistical stuff that we have to deal with. Because due to the sensitivity of the operation that side, we've got other people that they're going to be doing assessment on the area, how we're going to approach the area, something like that. Because it was just a life-threatening situation. It was not just a minor takedown where we know exactly the person is there.
And in your experience, I know you say others reported to him and other ones who would have told him what was going to happen when. But in your experience, would Brigadier Mokoena have known when the operation was supposed to take place?
Yes, he should know.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question, Warrant Officer? Where was the briefing going to take place and at what time?
The briefing was at Tabazimbi side. It's a border between Northwest and the Limpopo.
So the team needed to be in Tabazimbi at 7 o'clock?
Us?
Yes.
Yes.
So, Warrant Officer Nkosi, when you say that Brigadier Mokoena should have known what time the briefing in Tabazimbi, where you were going, would happen, the time when it was scheduled for, where would he have gotten that kind of detail from? How does he become aware of that kind of detail?
Firstly, we do have our immediate commanders where the person who's holding the inquiry is going to discuss whatever that is going to discuss with the immediate commander. And then the immediate commander is the one that, because in the office, let me start like this so that we can all be on.
My business is thriving. So when I heard that ClickUp is the AI work platform that grows successful companies, I said, we don't need it. We've got everything under control. Who needs a single work platform for everything? We use about 17 different apps, and I think it works just fine. ClickUp has AI agents that work for you, Sandy works for me, and she's great. So yeah, I think we're doing just fine. How do I sign up for ClickUp?
Group, where we're gonna involve even the external stakeholders on that particular group, including the management. Even if the brigadier is not there, but you will find that he's gonna be there on that particular group.
When you say external stakeholders, that would be who? Who would be the external stakeholders?
Like the people who are not from DPCI. For instance, if we were here in Gauteng, we were going to involve Gauteng Traffic Air Wing. Normally, we got a relationship with Chief George. We're going to just add him. Him is going to see who's available that's going to assist on that particular days. And then we've got also a working relationship with the private security companies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Can I just take you back to paragraph 2 of your statement and deal with the instruction that you received from Captain Mokoena during the telephone call? In your statement, you say that he wanted you to go to the address to confirm if a legitimate police operation was underway at the address. Do you recall what his exact words were to you?
Well, he just said, I sent you a WhatsApp, check on the WhatsApp, you rush there to that address. There are people there who are imposing as police officers, and then I have already informed other officers from our office, because he even said that I phoned you guys that side, because when we are that side, that side means that based on our place of residence, because this thing was at Santin. So meaning that when he's saying that you guys that side, those people who are staying at the surroundings of Santin. I don't know if does it make sense, Commissioners?
Yes, and what do you mean by the surroundings? Would that be the East Rand or the West Rand?
East Rand, Joburg, even we've got someone who's staying at West Rand. And then they normally call us, you guys, the Joburg team, because some of them, they are at this Pretoria side. That we call them Pretoria team. Doesn't matter whether you're at Mamelodi or you're at Soshanguve, we just call them Pretoria team. So that's why on us, it's just an informal name that we're calling one another.
And did he tell you who these other Tom's members were that he had also instructed?
No, he didn't.
Okay, and then at paragraph 3, you deal with what you refer to as a request from Brigadier Mokoena. You say that it was strange. Can I just ask you firstly, why do you refer to it as a request here, but earlier on you said it was an instruction?
Yeah, the instruction part, it's a wording when the commander tells you something, even he requests you or what, in the police language, that is an instruction.
So are we to then read where you say at paragraph 3 that you found the request strange, that it was you referring to I found the instruction strange?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us why you found it strange?
Yeah, firstly, for the reason why I have to go, what I have to do there, where he sent me the address, compared to this life-threatening operation that we are going to. A normal person, a reasonable person, let me put it like that, a reasonable person would have thought that no, the priority here is this life-threatening operation. Because by so doing, you are removing me there, you're removing others there, that team becomes weak now. is no longer now according to the operational plan of that particular operation. So that is why now it didn't make sense to me. Thank you, Commissioner.
Warrant Officer, you say in paragraph 3 that part of the reason why you found it strange was because Brigadier Mokoena was aware that the TOMS team would be leaving for the Northwest. I think that aspect has been addressed by the commissioners, but are you saying that he was aware for the reasons that you stated earlier, that it would have been communicated to him either by your direct commander or within the WhatsApp group?
Indeed, Commissioners.
Then if we can go to paragraph 4 of your statement on page 2. This is where you expressed your frustration, which you had just indicated now, and you referred to the exercise of going to the address as an insignificant verification. Can you just tell us about that? Why do you characterize it as insignificant verification?
Yeah, Commissioners, to me, that area where the address is, we do have local police station there. And then if it was such an agency, because compared to me driving, because when I opened the GPS to that particular address, it was 60-something kilometers. And then I don't think that there is an area or a suburb where the police station is got a police station that is more than 20 kilometers away.
66 kilometers from where you were at home at Springs?
Yes.
66 kilometers to Senton?
It's between 60 and 70.
Oh, Commissioner.
I stand to be corrected, Commissioner.
No. My co-commissioner who will put to the witness stand says it's far, it's quite far.
Mm.
I'm kidding about putting him in the witness stand.
Okay.
And you also said something about it was traffic, that there was heavy traffic.
Yeah, on that particular time, the traffic was congested on the freeways.
Okay, you can continue with the insignificant verification.
And then
Maybe before, Warrant of Sankosi, before you move off that paragraph 4, did you not say to Brigadier Mokoena that you are on a mission, you are going to an operation, and it has a time where you're supposed to meet on the other side at 7 p.m. and this will disrupt if you go to this sender's address, it will disrupt the operational plan. Did you not speak to him about that?
the only thing that I mentioned to him, because his initial wait when he called me, he said, "Are you able to talk?" "Yes, I'm able to talk." "What are you doing?" "No, I'm just preparing for that ops of network." I said, "Oh, ish. But now, listen here, we've got this urgent situation. I have sent you a WhatsApp on the group. Check the group and then rush there. I have also sent other members that side."
So you did say to him
Correct.
that you are preparing for this operation in
Correct.
the Northwest. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was still at page 2, paragraph 4, where you were telling us why you considered it to be an insignificant verification.
Yes,
And you
perhaps before you move on, something related to what Commissioner Baloyi asked. You, under the conclusion in your statement, you criticize Captain Kruger for not having stood his ground and not done every and anything Brigadier Mokoena wanted him to do. But I don't quite understand why you would merely have mentioned that we have this operation in the Northwest. Couldn't you too have stood your ground and said, "But Brigadier, there's a briefing at 7 p.m. There are colleagues who are already waiting for me in Pretoria. Why can't police who are close to this address, for example, sentence subs, go there? Why must it be us who are on this very important operation? Why must we go there? If you criticize Captain Kruger, should you not also be criticized on similar grounds, as they say, what's good for the goose, what is sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. No, the criticism from me to Captain Kruger is the delay, this time that we spent there at the address. It's not about going there. It's about the delay, the time that he spent there. To me, I deem it was unnecessary.
But should you have gone in the first place? Should you not have stood your ground right at the beginning and said, why can't people who are closer there be the ones who go to this address? You have just told us now.
Correct.
That is exactly what ought to have been done. Why did you not raise that with Brigadier Mokoena?
On this one, when he mentioned that he has already sent other people that side, to me, I didn't have that much power now to challenge him on that particular time. Because once we go there, there's going to be someone that is going to be in charge from us. Because you might find that maybe it's just this mere impersonating police, only to find that there is someone that has been briefed more than what I have been briefed.
Thank you, Chair. Warrant Officer, then I think you've addressed the issue about the insignificance of the verification. At paragraph 5, you then speak about what happens after your call with Brigadier Mokoena. Can you tell us about that?
I then proceeded to that particular, because I was being directed by the navigation from my phone.
No, just prior to that, if you look at paragraph 5 of your statement on page 2, after you spoke to Brigadier Mokoena, you say that you received another call.
Wow. And then I received a call from Captain Kruger. Because remember there, Commissioner, I was supposed to go and pick up them, Captain Kruger and Constable Tukoveya from Pretoria North, to go to Northwest. So he called me after I have communicated with Brigadier Mokoena. And then he told me that, hey, Brul, you need not to go to that location that I have given you. I have been diverted to go to Santini. I also confirmed with him there that, no, I have also been called to that particular address. Is that 137? He said, yes, it's 137. I said, no, it's the same address. He said, okay, we're going to meet there. He said he's going to open the group and then he's going to put the members that are involved.
Okay, and then also in paragraph 5, you say when you were done with that call, you then saw the WhatsApp from Brigadier Mokoena.
Correct.
With the address.
Correct.
Do you still have that WhatsApp?
No, I no longer have.
Why is that?
The reason is the state phone that I was using, it was renewed. I was given another new phone, so I had to take the SIM card and put it on the new phone.
Okay, and then at paragraph 7, you deal with what you did after you received that WhatsApp message from Brigadier Mokoena. You say you were added to a WhatsApp group, and then what did you do?
I kept on driving, and then while driving, and then the Brigadier Mokoena kept on calling, and then, how far are you? So I was only giving him what the GPS is telling me, how far I am.
And how often would you say that he was calling you while you were making your way to the address?
It was several times, more than twice.
In a space of a half an hour?
10 minutes.
He was calling every 10 to 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And you say that this irritated you. Why?
Yeah, for the same reason that I have already placed on record, that if this thing was so much urgent, it could have been handled in another manner by achieving the very same results of the local police station.
Okay, you also say in your statement that you were frustrated because when you were using the navigation system.
Yes, and then when you receive the call now, you have to stop the navigation, meaning that you have also to stop the car, because you will find that the navigation is set in certain distance, you must turn left. While you are busy driving, you might miss that particular road. You have to stop and speak to him.
And then at page 3, still paragraph 7, you can go to page 3, at the top of page 3, you say that during one of the calls, you complained to the brigadier about the traffic. What did he say to you?
Yeah, he said I must try to push.
What did you understand by that?
So meaning that you must switch on your siren now, blue lights now, so that the motorist is going to give way.
You also
meaning
said...
that, basically you must drive recklessly now.
And did you put on your blue lights?
I didn't, Commissioners.
How did you drive recklessly? What did you do?
No, I didn't. I just drive as the cars are following the cars.
Okay.
I didn't deem to be necessary for me.
You didn't drive on the yellow line?
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
So you did have a blue light?
I do have.
Okay. And you decided not to use it?
Not to use it.
You also say that at some point you shared your location in the group. Why did you do that?
To avoid these constant calls.
Okay, if I can ask you to go to section 3 of the file, there should be a label that says BK.
PK4, PK5.
Somebody will assist you now.
Mr. Mube, you say BK?
BK3 from section 3, yes.
Okay, in the last previous
Annexes to Captain Kruger's statement. Do you have it, Warrant
Yes, I
Officer?
do.
Okay. Can you go to page 10, the big number 10 on there? Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
There's a message there from W-O Malume TOM. Do you know who that person is?
That's me, Commissioners.
Okay, and at this point at 17:06, you're sending a message that you are 8 kilometers to the location, and then there's a live location.
That's correct.
Now, if we go back to your statement at page 3, at paragraph 8, do you recall who were the participants in that WhatsApp chat group that we just saw now?
It was myself, Captain Kruger, Constable Tikoveya, Brigadier Mkwena, Captain Sijane, and Chief George from Gauteng Traffic.
And You say in paragraph 9 of your statement that there were various exchanges of messages, and at some point you saw a message from Chief George. What did that message say?
May I read it?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Paragraph 9.
Okay. It's a legitimate SAPS operation conducted by a counterintelligence task team appointed by General Kumalo, with Lieutenant Kumalo in charge.
If I can ask you to go back to BK3, and if you can go to page 9. There's a message there by Chief George Traffic. Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
That's the message you're referring to.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, earlier, there's also a message, a forwarded message on page 8, if you go to page 8, from Captain Kruger, which also refers to it being a legitimate police operation, but you don't mention that in your statement. Is there a reason for that? You only mention the message that comes later from Chief George. Do you recall that that Captain Kruger had also sent a message that it was a legitimate operation?
Oh, no, I didn't take note of it. I only take note of this one of Chief George, because there was an interesting question there that came after that from Captain Sijane.
What was the interesting question?
Do we stand down?
Okay, it's still on page 9. Do you see that message there from Captain Sijani?
Yes, yes.
Can you just read it into the record?
Okay, it shows a sign. I'm not
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Oh. And should we stand down? That's why I got interested now. I even park on the side of the road.
Why did you park on the side of the road?
I was waiting for an answer now. This answer, I was going to be the beneficiary of it.
And who were you expecting an answer from?
From the brigadier.
Why from the brigadier?
Because here is a message is on, because brigadier is on the group. So when the brigadier is on the group, meaning that he's in charge of this group. So we are on this group because on his instructions.
So you were waiting for a response from Brigadier Mokoena to Captain Sijani's message to say whether you must stand down or not?
Yes, it's going to depend. It's either brigadier communicate with Captain Kruger, because I don't know what they were talking about behind the scene. And then one of them could have given us an answer there.
Okay, so then Captain Kruger responds a minute later, still on way to confirm, Capt. So he's responding to Captain Sijani. What did you understand by that message from Captain Kruger?
Meaning that we're still going there.
Did you understand that to be an instruction from him that you must still go there?
Yes, because why I will say that, besides this WhatsApp group, there were communications on the radio that we were communicating amongst ourselves. The two-way radio.
Is that the Halo radio?
The Halo radio, that's correct.
Okay. There's a reference to that in the group where Captain Kruger says Halo radio's on. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And I think that is on page 7. Can you go to page 7?
That's correct. Hello, radio's on. Meaning that this is an instruction that everyone that is responding there, he must switch on the radio.
And these are not just people that are in the WhatsApp group. If somebody else had received the instruction, perhaps, would they also be able to hear that, or is it only for participants in the WhatsApp group?
Yeah, each and every member of our office, he got this radio. It's a portable radio where we speak. Even if you are in Cape Town, we can communicate, me and you.
Okay, so there was communication going on outside of the WhatsApp group and the phone calls.
Correct.
And did Brigadier Mokoena also have a halo radio?
But on that one, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because previously we used to be with him on the field. He used to have one, but now he's no longer on the field. I don't know if he's still on that one now.
Okay, so if we can then go back to page 9 where you, with Captain Kruger's message that says, still on way to confirm, Cap, you understood that to then be that you must still continue to go there?
Yes, because on the radio, prior to this or after this message, we were saying that, and then whoever comes first now, meaning that we have to stop somewhere so that we can get a briefing, what there has to be exactly done there. That is what we are communicating there over the radio.
Can you just explain that, clarify that a bit more?
Like when we approach the scene, we don't approach the scene blindly. You don't just drive there and then now you say I have arrived, because that's how you're going to pick up problems. Because you might arrive there and then hear the bullet, now they are mooring you. Excuse the language, I'm just trying to...
I thought we had this conversation, warrant officer.
Yeah,
You're betraying me now.
So basically, you don't approach it blindly. There must be a strategic to approach that particular...
So there was an expectation from your side that at some point there would be a briefing before everyone arrives at that address.
Yes, correct. Because I even remember mentioning on this radio that the time that we have spent on the road, and then there is still saying that there are people in the house. There is no criminal who can spend that particular time at the address. The criminal just come and do, and then it goes.
Okay, so your point is you get the instruction at around 4 o'clock. By 5 o'clock when you're sending your location, there's still an instruction to go to that address, and if it's criminals, you can't see why they would still be there for that long.
Correct, Commissioners.
And are these discussions that you're having on the Halo radio, is this just what you're thinking at the time?
Well, everyone who's thinking something, he was... I don't think so. Let me not just commit myself there, Commissioners, because that Halo radio is not the police radio, actually. It's not a police-issued radio. Those Halo radio are... It is the private companies that they are assisting us with them. How and where on that one?
You don't know.
I will never know.
All right.
Oh.
Thank you, Chair. I see that it's time for tea, or am I a minute early? Should I? I heard that. Thank you, Chair.
Let's see what we can. Yeah, see. Okay. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:15.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is, everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
To resume.
Thank you, Commissioners. Warrant Officer, if you can just switch on your mic. We were at page 3, paragraph 10 of your statement, where you were dealing with the information that had been posted that it was a legal police operation, and Captain Sejani's request asking whether, or question asking whether you should stand down. Now, we dealt with with Captain Kruger's statement that he said that he's still on his way to confirm, and you understood that to mean that you also still had to go to the address. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You then say that you expected at some point that there would be a briefing, and that didn't take place at that time. Did it take place at any time before you arrived at the address?
It didn't, Commissioners.
Okay. Now, you also then post in the group, and we went to this on page 10, you post your location. Why did you do it at that point? I know you said earlier on that Brigadier Mokoena kept calling you, and so you just posted your location. You say that you're 8 kilometers to the location. Just tell us about your posting of your location.
The location is an indication to other participants on the group that I am on this location, and then the other one is going to also post so that we can see which central place where we can meet and brief one another.
Okay, so the expectation was still that there would be some form of briefing, even if it was close to the address.
Correct.
And then if we go back to your statement at paragraph 11, you speak about what happened when you arrived. Can you tell us what time you arrived at the address?
Thank you, Commissioners. I arrived there, it's just an estimation, about 5:15.
Can we go to page 10 of BK3? There is a message from Captain Kruger standing off brig, and that is at 17:10. BK3, page 10.
Yes, I'm there.
Do you see the message that says standing off brig in green?
That is 17:10.
Yes, that is from Captain Kruger. What did that mean?
He has arrived.
Okay, he has arrived at the address. So when you received that message, do you know more or less how much longer it took you to get there?
4 to 6 minutes.
Okay, so your estimate of 17:15 is pretty accurate. Okay.
Correct.
So tell us what happens when you arrive. What do you observe?
While I was on that particular street, because my live location and live location of Captain Kruger, it was showing that we are at the same place. But I couldn't see their car because there were a lot of cars that were parked. Captain Kruger, the car that was driving, it is a sedan. And then the cars that were lining up on the street, there were some other cars that the SUV shaped like cars. So I scanned around, I couldn't see their car. And then what I did, I parked at the rear side of that lineup of those cars. while parked there, trying to see where exactly they are. And then I decided to leave my car there to take a walk. And then before that, I realized that I had my tactical belt with all the equipment, like a firearm, magazine, pepper spray, handcuff, everything. They were exposed. So I had to take off that belt and only take my pistol and hide it in my body so that anyone cannot see me with any weapon. And then I walk towards the gate.
Now, at paragraph 12 of your statement, if you can just go there, and you addressed this earlier, you speak about the number of vehicles at the scene an hour after the initial call. Why was that peculiar to you? If you look at your statement, paragraph 12, starting on page 3, at the bottom of page 3, and going to page 4. The sentence starts, however, it struck me.
Must I read it or must?
You can just tell us what it is about the number of vehicles that were on the scene an hour after you initially received the call that was strange to you.
Yeah, it's because if there was any criminal element that was happening there, I would have found everything clean there. The alleged suspect or the bogus cop, they would have been long gone.
Or at least when they see you coming, they would try to disperse. They wouldn't continue with what they are doing.
Commissioners, where I parked, no one could see me because I parked at the rear side of the back of the car, of the cars that were parked on the side of the road. So the distance, it was about 20 to 30 meters. Even if I parked there, no one could have noticed me.
Why did you park like that? What was the purpose for that?
That was for safety precautions for me because I couldn't see where was Kruger and Captain Kruger and Constable Tikovea. So, but the location is stating that they are around me there. So now I decided that let me walk so that I can scan. As I've already mentioned, you don't approach information like this blindly. So I had to use my own strategic way to approach the gate.
So even though you had already received information in the WhatsApp group that it was a legitimate SAPS operation, you still couldn't approach it blindly, the scene blindly. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. What I did there, before I alerted my car, there was a car that I parked at the back. And then if I remember correctly, it was a black BMW. On my state phone, I've got an app where I can inquire the ownership of anything on my phone. And then I did inquire of one of the cars, and then this car came out as it's a police car from KZN. So now, to me, it was a confirmation now. It confirmed that message. It was a legit legal police operation. So here is the car now of the police.
And this is before you had even seen Kruger?
Correct. Correct, Commissioners.
Okay, you can continue because that's at paragraph 13 of your statement. You speak about scanning the license plate of the black BMW and seeing that it was a SAPS vehicle. And that indicated confirmed to you that it was a legal SAPS operation.
Indeed.
So what did you do next?
And then I walk because there was no speed. Because once if I can come with my car, they will be blocking the traffic for other road users who will want to pass on that particular road. So I decided to leave my car there, and then I walk so that I can find where is Captain Kruger now, because Captain Kruger is the person that got more information about what has to be done here.
Okay, you may proceed.
I walk and then I found them next to the gate leaning. And then next to the gate, there were people at the gate. Those people, they kitted up. When you say kitted up, meaning that you've got all your police equipment on you. Bulletproof, everything. And then the bulletproof is branded clearly with a big font, police. It's the same bulletproof that we are wearing.
Okay, and then did you observe Captain Kruger and Constable De Gavea at any point?
Yes.
Where were they?
They were leaning on their car in front, next to the gate, facing oncoming traffic of the road.
Okay, we're now at paragraph 14 of your statement, just to orientate you. So you approach Captain Kruger. Tell us what happens.
And then immediately, when I found them there standing, and then I then asked him, and then what are we still waiting for? Because you can see this is the police. Because if I remember correctly, on my site, they said, go and verify if they're bogus or not bogus. So while asking Kruger, I thought maybe he had more information that I had. That's why I asked him that. Why are we still?
So, as I understand you, by that point, the purpose of your mission had been achieved.
Completely accomplished.
And your bigger interest was to get to the operation in the Northwest.
That's correct.
More or less, what time was this? Do you know? I mean, I won't hold you to it, but what time was it, more or less?
The time when I was
asking
meeting
this
them,
question,
that is going to be between 15 and 20 past.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. And what did he say to you? What was his response?
He told me that he's still waiting for the team leaders of the people as per the instruction of Brigadier Mokoena. He needs to speak to the team leaders there.
You say he said he needs to speak to the team leader as per Brigadier Mokwena's instruction.
Correct.
And what did you make of that?
To me, it irritated me more.
Why?
Because now where we have arrived here, we receive a message that this is a legit, while coming, we'll receive a message. That message was a hint. It is a legit message of the SAPS. I arrive there, I see the car of the SAPS. I go to the gate, I see people wearing, you can see these people, they are police officers. What more now need to be verified? That's what irritated me.
And do you know if Captain Kruger was aware that the black BMW was a SAPS vehicle?
I did inform him.
When you saw him that first time?
Correct.
And what was his response?
He told me about Brigadier Mokoena.
What was it that irritated you about him referring to Brigadier Mokoena all the time?
Yeah, because to me it shows that now, as far as I know, if you receive an instruction from the commander, they give you a task. Go and do this task. The how part to do that particular task, the commander got nothing to do with that. The how part is solely on you, the executor.
And so, okay, so can I just take a step back? You say that you were irritated by Captain Kruger referring to Brigadier Mokoena all the time. Just tell us, what was your relationship, your working relationship like with Captain Kruger at that stage?
Before or?
Yes, before 6 December.
No, we were working as colleagues. We were sharp.
And how long had he been in the unit?
I think he was 5 months, 4 months, somewhere there, if I remember correctly. But he arrived at our office on that particular year.
So he was relatively new.
Correct.
And you say in your statement that he used to seek advice from you.
That's correct.
And in this instance, did he seek advice from you?
He didn't. He just told me about Brigadier Mkwena. Because normally, on a situation like this, and then here is the police, we confirm it's the police, and then we combine our heads together, and then what to do now? We share suggestion amongst ourselves, not someone that is not here. But instead, he decided that no, the only weight that is going to take is the weight of Brigadier Mkwena. So that is why I said, no, if it's like that, let me leave him to do whatever, what he thinks that is all right on that particular time.
If that was your position, why were you still on the scene? Why didn't you just leave?
Because I have to wait for them. I have to go with them to Northwest.
Okay, so your sole purpose for still remaining there was that you were waiting for them to finish.
Yes, because I remember telling him that he must phone Captain Sijane to tell him to stand off for coming here because it's no longer necessary.
And at that point, Captain Sijani was still stuck in traffic.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And do you know if he did instruct him to stand down?
I will presume because he didn't arrive.
Okay. And just returning to your statement on page 4 at paragraph 15. Do you know if Captain Kruger ever did speak to the team leader of the operation?
Yes, there was a stage, there was a gentleman that came out from the house. And then Captain Kruger, they met on the middle of the road because someone from the gate, he pointed that gentleman to Kruger. And then at that stage, Captain Kruger has already shifted his car and parked it on the pavement on the other side of the road. And then they met there. I remember they shook hands and then they walked towards Captain Kruger's bonnet.
And you don't know what they were discussing?
No, I don't know.
And where were you at this stage?
And then at that stage, I went to the buggy because I parked my car at the rear side when I arrived. I took my car and parked it where Captain Kruger's car was parked, next to the gate.
Okay. And you also mention in paragraph 15, Captain de Gavea greeting someone. Can you just elaborate on that?
Oh, yes. There was someone, Constable Tikovea, that was communicating from that team that was busy in that particular house. But that guy was on the gate. The gate was widely open. So they were greeting one another. Hey, who's it? What? As if the people, they know one another. And then I asked Constable Tikovea, hey, do you know this person? Yeah, this guy, I know him. I attended a course. It was a special task force selection course, something like that. They were together there.
So Captain Constable de Gavea recognized and spoke to somebody that was part of the takedown team.
Correct.
Okay. Then at page 5, paragraph 16, you speak about, now you've already told us that you moved.
Advocate Siggles, do you mind if he reads into the record the last sentence of paragraph 15?
Can you read into the record the last sentence of paragraph, should it be the last two maybe, from I also heard Constable. Do you see on page 4, paragraph 15?
Yes.
The sentence that starts with I also heard Constable de Gavea. If you can read that into the record.
I also heard Constable Tikovea greeting one of the members executing the operation. I asked him if he knew the person. He told me that he had done STF, Special Task Force training with this person. Again, this was a further confirmation for me as Warrant Officer Nkosi that we did not have to be at the scene.
Thank you. Then paragraph 16. This is after you've now moved your vehicle and smoked a cigarette. You noticed another vehicle at the scene. Can you tell us about that?
Paragraph 16.
Yes, an unmarked vehicle.
There was a Golf 7 that arrived there. When I checked this Golf 7, is a Golf 7 from our office.
How did you know it was from your office? And when you say your office, what do you mean?
Tom's office.
How did you know it was from Tom's if it's unmarked?
No, we know our cars.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, proceed.
Yes, even the occupants who were in the car is the people that we work with.
Okay, and who were they?
It was Warrant Officer Dlamini and Constable Viki Lahle.
So they from your Tom's office?
That's correct.
Okay, can you tell us what you did when you saw them?
By that time, Captain Kruger was busy with that gentleman on the bonnet of the car, on the other side of the road. And then they parked next to me and asked me, and then what is happening? I said, I know, it is already sorted. These are the police officers. And then Constable Vigilash stepped out from the car. And then he came to me and greeted me like exchanging fist. I don't know if it's a correct word.
Yes, bumping fists, yeah.
Yeah, bumping fist.
Yes.
Normally he calls me Malume. Hey, Malume, how's it? Aye, sharp. What's happening? I know it's sorted. The best thing that you need to do, you better rush to Northwest. The thing that we have called here is not on. Me, I'm still standing here because I'm waiting for Captain Kruger and Constable Tikovea.
Sorry, let's just get this clear. Constable Vigilahle and Warrant Officer Dlamini, they are part of the Tom's team that was going to the Northwest.
Correct.
Does Captain Kruger know these two people?
Correct.
Did he see them on the day?
That's why now I will never know because he was busy with those gentlemen that sat on his bonnet. But I did inform him that no, I have excused. Because like him, he was a senior now at that particular, so whatever I do, I have to inform him.
Who could have called them to come to the scene, do you know?
Yeah, that's what surprised me because I checked on the group, on that particular group, to see if they were there on the group. And then they were not there on the group. And then while Constable Vigilahle greeting me, and then I asked him, and then what led you to be here? What are you doing here? He said, Brigadier Mkwena called me, referring to him. He said, Brigadier Mkwena, like I'm quoting him what he said. Brigadier Mkwena called him. And then I realized because Brigadier Mkwena, when he calls me, he said he has already called other people. So that's why I didn't question much on that.
Thank you, Ms. Nibe.
Thank you, Commissioner. And do you know whether Brigadier Mokoena had called Warrant Officer Dlamini?
I will not know.
Okay. But he was in the same vehicle as Vigilahle?
Warrant Officer Dlamini was the driver.
He was the driver.
Correct.
Okay.
Warrant Officer Nkosi, do you know which side Constable Nkosi and Vigilahle and Warrant Officer Dlamini belong to, Johannesburg or Pretoria group?
In terms of residence?
Yes, the way that you described it earlier.
Well, Warrant Officer Dlamini stays at Centurion, and then Constable Vigilahle stays at Soweto.
So they are the Johannesburg group?
No, Warrant Officer Dlamini falls under Pretoria's group. I don't know on that particular day what happened for them to be together. I don't know that one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you observe any other Hawks members, not from Tom's necessarily, but any other Hawks members?
No.
Then if we can go to paragraph 18 of your statement. You say that you didn't interact with anybody from the takedown operation, except
No,
greeting them.
Except greeting them, yes, correct.
And do you know if Warrant Officer Dlamini and Constable Vigilahle interacted with any of the members of the takedown team?
No, because Warrant Officer Dlamini didn't step out from the car. And then after Constable Vigilahle stepped out from the car, Warrant Officer Dlamini went into the gate to make a U-turn. And then after making a U-turn, he parked next to me, facing the other direction now.
Do you know how long they were on the scene from the time that you observed them? So this would be Warrant Officer Dlamini and Constable Vigilahle.
It was less than 5 minutes, because I told them that we need to rush that side.
Warrant Officer.
After telling them that, no, they need to rush that side, because here it's already confirmed that these are the police, and then Captain Kruka is still busy on the, as per instruction of Brigadier Mkwena. I don't know what is he talking about, because they asked him, so who are those people that is with, and then what are they talking about? I said, no, on that one I don't know. Me, I'm just, if it was not for me that I have to go with them, myself, I would have also left them there and left.
Warrant Officer Nkosi, it might be an insignificant detail, but in your paragraph 16, you say that in line 1, 2, if you go to line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's a statement there towards the end. It's a sentence there that says Warrant Officer Dlamini. Can you see where I am?
Yes,
You say,
towards the end.
Yeah, you say there in that sentence that he was standing, Dlamini was standing next to the car when he asked you what was happening, and then I understand you now in your oral evidence to say he never came out of the car.
That's
Is there
correct,
something you
Commissioner.
want to correct?
Maybe it's just the waiting here. He didn't step out from the car. He parked the car next to the car, next to my car.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's incorrect where it says he was standing next to the car.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the person that was out of the car was Vigilahle.
Correct, Commissioners.
You also, while we're going back, you also describe the attire that was being worn by Constable Vigilahle. Can you just tell us about that?
Yeah, the only attire that I could remember is a top that he was wearing. He was wearing a golf T-shirt with the branding of the DPCI.
With the branding of the DPCI, the golf T-shirt.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? We had evidence on Friday that Tom's team, Thursday, sorry, Friday was an off day, that the Tom's team does not have vehicles that are marked. But that was one of the people who gave the evidence. The other one said something different, of course. So can you maybe just assist us with that? So you're saying the very Tom's team that you are part of has cars that are marked Hawks, and they have T-shirts that they wear that are also marked Hawks?
No, Commissioners, we don't have a car that is branded Hawks. Our cars are plain, yes. But we do have the T-shirt caps of the Hawks.
And you say the 17s, you just know them? You know them because you know the Hawks cars?
I know our office cars.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm with you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, now we back at paragraph 18 of your statement. You speak about something that occurred while you were standing outside. You were outside and leaning on the bonnet of your vehicle waiting for Captain Kruger and Constable de Gouveia.
Correct.
Please proceed. At paragraph 18.
18. After they have just left, Constable Vigilahle and Warrant Officer Dlamini. And then I was approached by a gentleman unknown to me. He was coming on the other side of the road. Because when I arrived there were other people who were standing on the pavement on the other side of the road. I presume that it was just the inquisitive people. When there is something like in a township, when they call it normal abondaba, when something is happening there, then they want to see what is happening. So I presume that it was those type of people. And then that person crossed the road and walked towards me. And then he greeted me, I greeted back, and then he asked me, are you guys from the Hawks? I said, yes, why? And then he further told me, he's the one that, like I'm going to quote, I'm the one that called Patrick, unquote. And then I asked him now it was getting interesting to me now. And then, who's Patrick? And then he said, Patrick is General Mboto.
Can you just go back? In your statement, you say that he approached you, you introduced yourself. Who did he introduce himself as?
He said he's Mr. Mtetwa.
Okay. And you, as you said now, he said to you he's the one that called Patrick. You asked him who's Patrick. But before he gave you the answer, you say that he made a request to you to move.
Correct.
Can you tell us about that?
He told me that if you can step out from, because I was standing next to the team that was the team that was doing operation in that particular house, because we were about 3 meters away. They were about 3 meters away from me. That I presume that whatever the guy is saying, they could hear. And then he asked me that if he can speak to me privately, and then of which I refused.
Why did you refuse?
Yeah, I think now it was on my side. I just made my mind that it's going to be unfair to these people that were encroaching on their operation. Now, yes, someone is coming. He wants to speak to me privately. The better way here is to be transparent to them.
Okay, proceed.
That is a thought that came to me. It's better to be transparent. Whatever the guy want to speak, he must speak in their presence.
Continue.
And then I refused the request. But I didn't tell him the reason. I said he can speak, and then just never mind these people. He can just speak to me. And then he said, no, the reason for me to call the general is because I wanted to know this police, they've got a right to be in this house, and then they've got a warrant of arrest to arrest this person who's inside the house.
Sorry, Warrant Officer, can I just ask you, who is General Mboto?
General Mboto is a divisional commissioner at the DPCI head office.
Sorry for interrupting you. You may proceed.
And then I further asked him, do you stay in this house? He said, no, he doesn't stay in this house. And then this house belongs to his family member.
Continue.
And then, if I remember correctly, while I was explaining, I asked him before that, you and General Mboto, who are you? And then, like basically I was asking you, what is your connection, you and General Mboto? And then he told me, he spoke in Zulu, no, ipraya yakudala le. So basically, in the township lingo, ipraya yakudala is your old friend, old pra.
And what was your response to that?
If I remember correctly, there was a stage where the team guys who were there, they were clapping hands while I was interacting with these guys, because now their numbers, they became bigger now, meaning that they had interest on this gentleman.
Just clarify that for us. Whose numbers became more? The members of the task team, of the people that were undertaking the takedown operation.
Correct.
Okay, so when you initially started your conversation with Mr. Mtetwa, there were a few of them, and then they increased in number.
Correct. Even after, because the guys, now he started walking away while I wanted to. While walking away, I was explaining to him that if you are not staying in this house, the police, when they do their job, they're going to explain their presence to the people who are inside the house, not just randomly someone that is on the road. So that is where now he was drifting away from me.
When you say drifting away from you, you walked away?
Walk away.
Okay.
Yes.
You say in paragraph 20 on page 6 that you tried to get more information from him. Did he give you anything further?
No, he didn't. Because he was walking out, because I didn't want to follow him back.
Okay, what did you do next?
And then I went to Captain Perry and informed him about this guy. And then while the guy walking away, he went and stand next to the car. He was busy with another person there. And then I took a picture of him with that car.
Can I ask you to go to section 3, annexure BK5. The label is BK5. And it will be page 21.
I am there.
Sorry, before you do that, you mentioned Captain Berry. Is that Captain Kruger?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. It's his first name, so it's Captain Kruger.
Thank you.
Captain Kruger. I'm sorry about it.
Thank you.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Can you tell us who took this photograph?
That's me.
You
myself.
took it. You took that photograph.
I took it.
Okay. Why did you take it?
Yeah, this person became a person of interest to me.
Why?
Because all those frustration that I had and the irritation now, it became now, because now we were there to serve the interest of this gentleman, not the interest of the police.
Why do you say so? First tell us who this gentleman is and which one are you referring to?
He's the one that is holding his hands at the back.
With the dark T-shirt.
Correct.
And who is this gentleman?
He introduced himself as Mr. Mtetwa.
Okay. So why do you say that you were serving his interest?
Because we were there for him, basically.
Why do you say that? Based
because
on what?
He's the one that made the call, and then that call made us to run around to this place.
Is that what you thought at the time, based on what he told you?
Correct.
Okay. But you don't know whether Brigadier Mokoena, as a fact, instructed you because of this gentleman's call. You're just assuming.
No, Brigadier Mkwena, I said he was also instructed.
Yes.
Yes.
But you don't know what the basis for whoever instructed Brigadier Mokoena was. You don't know that it was the call from this gentleman.
No, I didn't know.
But he did say to you that he's the one that called General Mboto.
Yes, he just said this out of volition. I didn't request him any information. He just told me.
Did Brigadier Mokoena tell you that he got his instruction from General Mboto when he called you?
Oh, I can't remember correctly, but he mentioned something about General Libya.
Okay.
Yes, he mentioned something about General Libya. He said he's with General Libya at function something. They were together there.
At a function.
Yes, and then General Libya doesn't know that there are people that are at that particular address.
Okay, and so you say that after your interaction with this gentleman, Mr. Mtetwa, you went to Captain Kruger and informed him. What did you tell Captain Kruger?
Even though I cannot use the exact word because sometimes we speak datimus on the field. Basically, I'm trying the words that I will filter them so that it's going to suit the purpose. Because the exact... No, I was saying that this is the person that made us run around like fools. I show him and then I send these pictures to him. Because now remember when he's there, he's the one that he must give feedback further upwards.
You shared the picture in the group, not so?
No, I sent it
you
to
gave it to
Captain
you sent it
Kruger.
to him, all right.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
thank you.
you sent the picture to Captain Kruger.
Correct.
And then you say that you also did a motor vehicle search.
On that car, yes.
Oh, is that the one in the photograph?
Yes, it had a personalized registration number.
Please don't read it into the record.
Yes.
And what did it indicate? What was the result?
And then the surname the gentleman he gave me when he introduced himself, it came out with the very same surname.
Mtetwa.
Yes.
So the owner of the vehicle in the photograph is also Mtetwa.
Correct.
Okay. And you then put two and two together that he must be the owner.
Indeed.
Can I just ask you, what did you tell Captain Kruger? I know you said this is the person that made us run around. Did you tell him the details why you were saying that?
Yes, I told him that I just spoken to him now. And then before that, I asked him about Dlamini and Vigilash story. I asked them that. Dlamini and Vigilash, they were here. You have any knowledge about why they were here? He said, no, he didn't have any knowledge. He said, oh, they were here. I said, yes, they were here.
Okay. And then insofar as what you told him about your interaction with this gentleman,
yes,
with
and
Mr.
then I
Mtetwa.
then told him about this gentleman. And then this guy was still also standing there speaking with this gentleman. And then I said, don't look at him. I'm going to send you on the phone. Because I didn't want this guy to see that we were speaking about him. We were gossiping, actually, about him.
What I'm trying to get to is whether you gave him details about your conversation with Mr. Mtetwa, if you told Captain Kruger what Mr. Mtetwa told you.
Yes, I did.
What did you say to Captain Kruger?
I said he is the one that called, the guy told me that he's the one that called General Mboto. By the looks of things, looks like these people, they are friends, because he is even calling him with a first name.
That's what you said to Captain Kruger.
Yes.
And what did Captain Kruger say?
No, he got surprised, but obviously that was confirming to me, that was confirming to him that we are here for something that is baseless. And then we have to keep on spending some time here.
Did you also share the motor vehicle screenshot with him that showed that it was Mr. Mtetwa's vehicle?
Correct.
You sent that to Captain Kruger as well?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what Captain Kruger did with those photographs?
While we were driving away, we were on our way to Northwest. That is where he sent those information on the group.
When you were leaving the scene?
I think we had already left.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask you to go to BK3 in section 3, which is the WhatsApp messages that we've been dealing with, and can you go to page 11? There are photographs that Captain Kruger posted into this group, and you see the first photograph is the one that you had taken.
Yes, I see.
Okay. Now, do you recall what time you had withdrawn from the scene?
It was before 6, if I remember correctly.
And do you know whether an instruction was given for you to withdraw, and if so, from who?
Captain Kruger asked on the group. And then Brigadier Mkwena responded and said, no, you can report. He said, even thank you, Captain Kruger and the colleagues.
Can I ask you to go to page 11 of that same BK3?
Yes.
This is a message from Brigadier Klenki, where he says, Captain Berry, thanks a lot, you can withdraw, bro. But there's no previous message from Captain Kruger asking to withdraw. Do you know why Brigadier Klenki would have sent this message in the group at that stage, at 1746?
Yeah, maybe because of their communication that I don't know what they were communicating about there. Maybe there was some communication over the phone or something like that.
Okay. And so you would have withdrawn round about that time, as you say, just before 6?
Correct.
Okay. So you say that while you were on your way, Captain Kruger then posts the photographs in the group.
Correct.
One of those photographs that he posted, if you can go to page 12, was the motor vehicle document, that the screenshot that you had sent to him. If you see there at 1804, there's a MCD that says surname Tetwa. Do you see that?
Correct.
That is what you had taken.
Indeed.
Okay.
But sending to Captain Kruger.
Yes.
Yes.
And in response to that message, if you go to page 14 of that bundle, there's a message from you. Can you just read it into the record at 1807 and tell us what you were referring to here?
Yes, I was responding to that motor vehicle ownership, that site.
With Mtetwa's.
Correct. This is the person that called the Gen. Gen is an abbreviation for general.
And which general were you referring to here?
As discussed with Captain Perry about information, it's General Mboto.
Okay. And what was the response to that?
Brigadier Mkwena asked, which one?
And if we then go to page 15, there's another message from you at 1808. Can you read that into the record and tell us who you were responding to?
I was responding to Brigadier Mkwena.
And what are you saying there?
First message is Mr. Mtetwa. And then next message, he said he's related to the owner of the house.
And then there's another message, if we go to, still on page 15, where there's a photograph, that same photograph that we dealt with, but Mr. Mtetwa is now circled in yellow, and there's a message that says, "This one brig." Do you know who sent that?
Is Captain Kruger.
Referring to Mr. Mtetwa?
Like he was specifically indicating, because there are two people standing there, which is which.
And he was also responding to Brigadier
Mkwena, clarifying that for him.
Before you leave the photos, Warrant Officer, I just want to clarify the timeline. So on page 15, you are sending those WhatsApps. You say, Mr. Mtetwa, he said he's related to the owner of the house. And I see that it is 1809.
Yes.
Are you still in Sandhurst at the time while you are sending these WhatsApps?
No, we are on the road now.
Are you now driving with Captain Kruger?
No. We still have to go. I'm driving alone.
You're driving alone?
Yes, Captain Kruger is driving with Constable Tikovea. We're still going to find out a spot where we're going to leave that car. But we are in motion.
Eventually, where did you leave the car? Captain Kruger's car?
The car, if I remember correctly, we left it at RTPS Port Dam.
At a police station?
Yes.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, in that page 11, where you page BK3, page 11, where you've got those photographs. You've got, are you there?
Page
11. You've just been looking at that just now, BK3, and then page 11.
Yes, I'm there, Commissioner.
Did you take all of those photographs that appear there in that shot?
No.
Okay. You took only Mr. Mtetwa's, the one that has Mr. Mtetwa?
Correct.
All right. And then when you turn to the next page, you've got the vehicle details of the Mercedes-Benz, which has the name Mtetwa. You shared that on the group. Did you share that?
Page
12.
I didn't share it on the group. I shared it with Captain Kruger.
Okay. And then you go to the next page, 13. There are other vehicles there, and Isuzu. And then in the next page, there's a BMW in page 14.
Yes.
And then in page 16, there's it's a gray BMW. The previous one is a black BMW. And then page 16, it's the details of a gray BMW. And in the following pages, there are other vehicles. Did you provide that information to whether to Captain Kruger or to the group?
No.
Okay.
No, that app I'm talking about, Captain Kruger also got.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is not your work. It's not you who pulled down this information and shared it.
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've now dealt with paragraph 22 of your statement on page 7. At paragraph 23, Captain Kruger asks if the group may be deleted, and then he does delete it. Paragraph 23 of your statement on page 7.
Yes, I think that was another day. Not on
Yes, on the 13th.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, one of the issues that arose from Captain Kruger's evidence is the issue of an inquiry number for this incident. Can you tell us what is an inquiry number and whether or not an inquiry number was created for this incident?
Okay, let me start, Commissioners, and explain what are they mean when they say inquire. We've got 3 types of docket in the police. We've got an inquest docket. We've got an inquiry docket. We've got a case docket. A case docket is the one that goes to court for trial. The inquiry docket is for investigation purposes. Like if you are still busy with your investigation, you take 1, 2, you combine together. Once you are done with that, and then the inquiry docket can turn into a case docket. So let's start with the question. What is the question exactly?
Whether there was an inquiry docket, I guess, created for this incident, and should there have been one?
No, it was not created.
It wasn't created.
Yes.
In your view, should one have been created?
I will go 50-50 there. Initially, if the verification process was done in such a manner that there was no contact between us and that team that was executing there. Like, for instance, we go there, we verify these are the police, and then this is just a verification. We don't need an inquiry for that. It's like I will make more example to break it down for you so that maybe you can understand, Commissioners. You get the task, go and see a source at this certain place. By then, there is no anything that is opened. You go and see a source. You hear what the source is saying. And then based on the assessment, what you get on the source, if there is, let's take for instance, you see that, there is information that we can work on. That is where now you're going to go and open inquiry. If you see that, this source is talking something else that doesn't make sense, I have already driven to the source and speak to the source, but now meaning that the inquiry is not necessary there.
And so in this instance, why do you say 50-50?
Based because now of what happened, I don't know what transpired between Captain Kruger and the team leaders there and the calls, because there was a stage where they are making some calls, exchanging phones, that I couldn't understand what was happening. Taking selfies, I don't know what was that for, because I was seeing this thing in a distance. So if there was something there that maybe was really necessary, it's up to Captain Kruger and Brigadier Mkwena if there was an inquiry to be opened. But basically, on the face value of it, there was no need for an inquiry.
Okay, so in your view, there wouldn't have been a need for the inquiry?
No.
Do you say that even though we know now from the evidence of Captain Kruger that he submitted a copy of his diary which recorded what happened on the day, and he took photographs and he ran the registration details of these vehicles, and they are shared amongst the group? It seems like that's gathering information. Do you still say that there wouldn't be an inquiry number? Where would that information sit in the DPCI?
That's where my other 50 goes. But as I said, it's 50-50. Because that is why Captain Kruger went beyond. I will put it like that. He went beyond, because now, we verified these people are the police. And then our job there after that was supposed to to go. Even those people, they were not supposed even to notice us that if there were other people that they were there. So now this interaction, the contact between him and those people, that is what now it requires an inquiry. A file, because now all those documents need to be documented.
Yes.
Yes.
And is it fair to say even his communication with the leader of the team, of the operational team that he found on the scene, that would go into part of the record that he puts together?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Warrant Officer, we're now at page 7 of your statement, which is the conclusion. Can you just take us through your conclusion in your... Firstly, you speak about the evidence of Captain Kruger that you had an opportunity to listen to. Do you want to provide us with your comment on that?
Yeah, because there was a stage where he said he didn't know the people from TPCI that arrived there. Because if he saw them that they did arrive, the people who arrived there is the people that he know. On my side, I presume that he didn't see Warrant Officer Dlamini and Vigila when arriving, because he was still busy with that gentleman that side. But now when he says that he saw the TPCI car comes and then from Joburg, what, these people they are from the office, they know one another very well. That is where now I couldn't understand why was he saying that.
And then another aspect that you deal with is insofar as Captain Kruger executing Brigadier Mokwena's instruction at paragraph 24. Do you want to deal with that?
Yes. Yes, Commissioners. As I've already mentioned on this part that we prolonged our stay there unnecessarily. As I've said that once you receive the instruction or a task, the executor, you as an executor, is solely up to you how to execute it. And then you're going to give feedback after. You are supposed to give feedback after we have left the scene and said, no, we saw is the police, the very same message that is there, it is confirmed. It's like that, without even speaking to those people. Because if Brigadier Mokoena wanted to speak these people on the phone, what. So now, that's why now I find it strange. Because now if you want to speak to them, you better drive here most to come and speak to them directly.
And so what did you make of Captain Kruger then not executing it perhaps in the way that he would have, but instead listening to Brigadier Mokoena?
He failed to stand on his ground.
Just elaborate on that.
I'm going to use another word now. I don't know if it's a little common word. Like he didn't have balls. That is a common word that we...
Okay, I don't know.
He lacked courage.
We all know what it means. We all know what it means.
You, Commissioner, says that the legal mind people, maybe you're going to filter it.
Yes, please proceed, Warrant Officer, yes. And by that, you're saying that he didn't stand up for himself as he should have?
Yes.
How would you have done it differently?
The way I parked there when I arrived, or before we arrived at the address, we only sent one car. I parked the way I parked. And then you walk, you go and observe what is happening there. If you need to take pictures to prove that you were there, you can take pictures. You see that is the police. And then you come back. By that time, while you are busy walking there, you are doing your own observation and what. You come and tell us, this is what. And then we discuss, we make decision amongst ourselves. No, let's leave. Tell the brigadier and then we leave. That's it. Those people...
Warrant officer, sorry to interrupt you. And you said that took you only 5 minutes to do.
Correct.
So you don't understand what the other 40, 50 minutes was for.
What is that for? Indeed.
Thank you, Commissioners. Is there anything else that you want to say, Warrant Officer, in your conclusion?
Yeah, but that is not on my statement. It's just that the thought of all this incident and then some other things that are happening in that office. Because I remember sometime, I think it was August this year, that's what the incident that reminded me of this particular incident. There was an inquiry, there was a request from Interpol to our office to trace a wanted fugitives. I think, if I remember correctly, it was people who were involved in the CIT at Zimbabwe. Those people, they were believed to be here in this country. The request was made to our office. And then the handler of the inquiry from our office traced those guys, because two of them, we successfully arrested them. There were quite a lot, a group of people, syndicate. Two of them were arrested. We assisted Interpol, we assisted them. And then there were other two that were successfully traced to be around Western Cape and Eastern Cape, two of the guys. And then there was a request to deploy to that area. The person who approved the deployment is this General Mbot, is the one that approved it. A request was made, normally as is being done. And then the finance people approve it, funds are available. And then General Mboto, he declined it. While declining, he signed and declined it, and then make a comment. On that comment is saying that, no, let the Interpol be assisted by the police, SAPS at Western Cape. So now, that's why it brought my mind, where is the consistency now? Here is a job, it needs deployment, but now, if it's true, if this gentleman phoned him, so the very same advice that is advising our office, why didn't advise this gentleman to do the same? Where are you? I'm at Sandhurst. Here is the situation here. Go to the police station. This is what I just wanted to bring to your attention, even though it's not on my statement. But consistency looks like it's not the language that, which means somehow it works. They used to preach to us about this cost containment, what. But now, if it suits them, no, we overlook it.
Cost containment.
Cost containment.
Saving costs.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question related to what you've just said now. In your view, if somebody is impersonating the police or they are impersonating the Hawks, who is best placed to investigate whether that is true or not? Does it have to be the Tom's team, or it can be any police officer or even any other division of the Hawks? Because I understood from the evidence that we had on Thursday that the Hawks have an office in Johannesburg. It's just not the Tom's team.
Correct. So any police officer can confirm that. Because to add on that, commissioners, remember, whether we are from the Hawks or we are from the dog unit, we are carrying the same appointment card. The appointment card is the same. How you gonna tell if this person is from the Hawks? How you gonna tell if this person is from the dog unit? I'm just making an example. Our appointment card is the same.
And last issue, the Hawks Johannesburg office, how far is it or where is it? If it's a sensitive issue, you don't have to give me the exact details. I understood from your evidence that you were in Springs, and that's 60 kilometers from Sandhurst. And Captain Kruger was in Pretoria North, which is also very far. And the other team was in Mogale City, which is also very far. The Hawks team nearest to Sandhurst, where are they?
Joburg and Germiston as well.
Central Johannesburg.
Not at the central, because let me remember correctly. The old Johannesburg Stock Exchange.
Yes.
Yeah. Not at the police station.
Is it in Newtown? Yes. I think we know where it is. The
Yes,
shiny, yeah, next
because
to the
remember,
shiny blue building.
TPCI got some divisions. There are others who are sitting at the building of old commercial crime next to Joburg High Court. There are others who are sitting there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Warrant Officer, in paragraph 22 of your statement, you say you left the scene at approximately 1750 after Brigadier Mkwena finally instructed us to withdraw. Did you hear Brigadier Mkwena give the instruction that you can now withdraw? Did he speak to all of you, or were you told this by Captain Kruger?
No, Brigadier, I'm going to send it on the group.
He said it on the group.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank
Is it
you.
on page 11 of the annexures?
BK3.
BK3, page 11.
Yes, this is, are you at page 11, BK3? I think you've already spoken to this. All right. You don't need to go there, Warrant of Sankosi, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Warrant Officer. That's the evidence of this witness, Chair.
Thank you very much, Warrant Officer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nube?
Yes, Chair. We have another witness, which is General Mboto. He has arrived. If I may take a short adjournment to get him ready to give evidence.
All right. And how long do you think that will be?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right. That's adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Mube.
The next witness is Lieutenant General Mboto. His witness statement can be found in section 6 of the bundle. And I omitted to ask the General whether he wants to be sworn in, so my apologies, Chair.
Good afternoon, General. Will you swear or affirm? Do you swear that the evidence...
Sorry, Chair.
For the record, please give us your full names.
If the witness can just switch on his mic. Thank you.
Your full names for the record, please, General.
I'm Tumsani Patrick Mbot.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, in front of you, you should have a file. There's section 6, which should have your witness statement. Can you go to page 8 of that section and confirm that that is your signature that appears on page 8?
I confirm that it's my signature.
And do you confirm that the statement that appears at page 1 to 8 is your statement that has been prepared for purposes of your evidence today?
I confirm that.
And do you confirm the correctness and truthfulness of the contents of your statement?
I confirm that.
Thank you, General. General, can we start on page 1 of your statement, paragraph 1? 1, 2, and 3, which is your introduction, where you outline your career in SAPS, and can you just give us a brief background of that?
Thank you. I've mentioned in the statement, Commissioner, that I started in Soweto in 1986, and that I'm currently the Divisional Commissioner. I started in October last year. And prior to that, I was the provincial head of the DPCI in the Northwest Province. I was there for 6 years, from 2018 until I started in Pretoria, 2024.
At paragraph 3 of your statement, you say that you are as the Divisional Commissioner, you're responsible for various components. Can you tell us what components are and then deal with the components?
All right. I'm in charge of serious organized crime component. The second one will be the serious commercial crime component. The third one will be serious corruption component. In addition, we've got 2 support components. Those components do not investigate cases, but they support the operational environments that I've mentioned. And the first one will be the financial accounting investigations. They do financial flows and things like those. And the other operational support would be the priority crime specialized investigation. These will include the cyber, the asset investigation sections, and the likes that relates to the assets and the cyber and digital forensics, and those will fall under the specific one. Then the 6th one is not a component; it's a section. It's the TOMS, the technical operations. And that would be the 6th one, but the real components are 5. And that one is a section. That will make the 6.
Thanks. And can you tell us what does TOMS do?
They are also similar to the other support. They also don't investigate. These are the teams that we use to escort prisoners from court to the prison. We use them if we get inquiries from Interpol of wanted fugitives, we task them to do that. We also task them in the general searching of suspects, wanted suspects that we are looking for. And we also use them to transport valuable either assets or maybe if we want to transport gold, they will be escorting it to forensic so that it arrives there. So it's more of giving the backup to the real operational environments that investigate cases.
Would they also be responsible for takedown operations?
Yes, yes, yes.
And who is the section head of TOMS?
It's Brigadier Mukwena.
And who does he report to?
He reports to me.
Directly?
Yes.
Okay. And who do you report to?
I report to the national head.
And in December 2024, who was that?
That would have been General Libya.
Okay. And who is it now?
We don't have one now. There's an acting. It's General Nkosi.
Okay. At paragraph 4 of your statement on page 2, you deal with the events of 6 December 2024. Can you tell us about your involvement in those events?
On the 6th, we were having the Excellence Awards, and the venue was in the east of Pretoria. The place is called Deep and Debara. And the actual ceremony should have started about 5 p.m. At about, I would say, maybe 3:45, I was contacted by General Libya, who wanted to know if I am aware of an operation in Sandton. And he continued to say the reason he's asking me is because he has received a call. And the call stated that there are members of the DPCI who are alleged to have been sent by him who are at an address. It did not mention the address at the time, but it would have been in Sandton.
Did General Libya say who he had received the call from?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him?
No, I did not ask him. Then I went to make inquiries. Fortunately, all the commanders were at the venue. So I would have asked the 3, the operational ones, the organized crime, the commercial crime, and the corruption team, to say, do you have an operation in the area? And they all said, no, they don't. I then went to...
Sorry, General, you say you would have asked the 3. Did you ask the 3?
Yes, I asked the 3. Okay. After that, when they all said they don't have an operation that is ongoing in Sandton, I then proceeded to Mukwena to ask him, does he have an operation in that vicinity? At that time, I was aware of an operation because he had reported to me. But the operation he had reported to me, he said he would have had an operation in the Northwest Province. But this one was now in the opposite direction, was in Sandton. He also said, no, he doesn't have an operation. The one that he knows of is the one that he has reported to me about. I then told him that there are people that alleged to have been sent by General Libya, and they are alleged to be from the Hawks. Can we send a vehicle to verify that?
Just a second, General. You say that he informed you of an operation that his team open quote, was preparing for, close quote, in the Northwest Province that would be conducted, open quote, later that evening or the following day, close quote. Brigadier Mokoena, in his testimony, said that the Northwest operation had been completed and that the officers who had gone there were on their way back. So the two are contradictory. So are you saying what you say in your statement? I just read from paragraph 6. What you say in your statement is what Brigadier Mokoena told you, not what he told us when he gave his evidence here.
Commissioner, to be certain, I think, because he didn't tell me verbally, I have a WhatsApp message that he would have sent. Maybe it's safer for me to read the WhatsApp message that I had about Northwest, because maybe one of us could be wrong there.
Is it readily accessible?
Yes, yes.
Don't look for it now. If you can do what some call multitasking, you may maybe, or perhaps we'll reach lunchtime, won't we?
We will, Chair. The General did provide us with the WhatsApp, so we will screen it after lunch. It was just not one of his annexes, but now that his Chair has raised it, we will flight it.
Thank you for mentioning it, General. Thank you, Ms. Nube.
General, just to clarify, you say that Brigadier Mokoena told you he doesn't have an operation in Sandton.
In Sandton, yes.
Thank you.
I confirm that.
Thank you, General. We're still at, I think it's paragraph 5 of your statement. You say you inquired with the Major Generals. That would have been the component heads.
Correct.
Okay. You then inquired at paragraph 6. We're now on page 3 of your statement, just to orientate you. You inquired with Brigadier Mokoena, who told you he doesn't have. Brigadier Mokoena said that he thought that that inquiry was telephonic, and you say you think that it was at the event. Do you want to offer some clarity on that?
Although we were at the same venue, we were not necessarily sitting on that same table. It is possible that it could have been a call and not that I physically went to him.
And you don't have a record of that call?
No, I don't. No, I don't have a record of it. And that's why I think I went to him. But if he says that is the wrong recollection, it's possible that I called, but I don't have a recollection.
Okay, then you were dealing with paragraph 7 about the instruction that you gave Brigadier Mokoena. Please just elaborate on that instruction.
Yes, I asked the Brigadier to find a vehicle that was closer to the area that we could send there. One vehicle that could go and verify for us who those individuals were. And my thinking was that we were going to use colleagues that reside, I don't have colleagues that reside in Sandton, but in the vicinity of Johannesburg.
And what was the rationale behind just instructing that it be one vehicle? You're very specific about that.
All right. The purpose of this vehicle that was supposed to go was just to go and observe. It was not to interact because I did not have sufficient information. So what I would have wanted to see, I would have wanted a vehicle that will just scan the area for us so that we can have better information than the one we have. Because when I was tasking them, we did not have the number of people that are possible at that address, And at the time when I was even sending him, I did not even have the address at that time. And but I wanted a vehicle that will start moving in that direction, so that when I go back to General Libya, I then request the address and see if he can have, is he able to answer a few further information. But the vehicle that I wanted to send there would have been just to check around the vicinity. What do they see? My expectation would have been they would have done surveillance on it to see if indeed we've got such activity taking place.
Sorry, at paragraph 8, you say you then went back to General Libya. So at this point, you don't have the address, but you've already given the instruction to send a vehicle.
Correct.
Why do you go back to General Libya?
For two things. The first one is to tell him that, give him feedback that I've made inquiries on the operational environments plus Brigadier Mokoena, and we do not have, at least at head office, the operation that is taking place in Sandton. So that's to respond back. But in addition, I now need the address where the vehicle that should be on the way should be going to. And if possible, more information about what to expect where they will be going to.
Can I ask you to go to page 9, which is DPM1? It should be labeled DPM1, and it's page 9. It's a WhatsApp screenshot. Do you have it?
Yes, I do have it.
This is a screenshot of a WhatsApp conversation on the day that you provided to the Commission.
Confirm that.
Okay. Although we can't see the date, you do confirm that it was for the 6th of December 2024.
I confirm that, Commissioners.
And this is a conversation between you and General Libya.
That is correct.
At the first one, it's 15:49. There seems to be a 1-minute voice call. Do you recall what that call was about?
I am no longer sure what it was about, but I do know that what happened after it is where I see him sending me the address of where the guys must go to.
When he initially approached you to ask you if there was a team that was doing an operation, was that in person at the event, or was it telephonically?
I think it was in person, but if someone were to say he called me, I wouldn't dispute it either. But we were at the same venue, but not necessarily on the same table. So I wouldn't remember now whether it was physical or he called, but I feel that it was physical because after our discussion, I started to walk to the different tables where the component heads were seated.
Okay, so you can't really tell us why he would have called you at 15:49.
I wouldn't be sure. I wouldn't be sure on that one.
When you went back to him, to General Libya, after you made your inquiries, did you know where to find him?
Yes. Yes.
He was still in the same venue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Just different tables.
So there would have been no need for him to call you?
There could be. It was quite noisy. You could call me if I was in a different corner to come to him. It's possible.
Okay. Then at 15:52, this is the WhatsApp that you're referring to where he sent you the address after you made the inquiry.
That is correct.
Okay. What did you do after you received the address?
I sent the same message to Brigadier Mokoena.
And this was after you already gave him the instruction to get the vehicle going.
Yes, now I'm sending him where they must go.
I just want to confirm that message as well to Brigadier Mokoena. And that would be DPM 3, page 16. If you could go to DPM 3, page 16.
DPM 3. I am there.
Can you confirm what we're looking at here? What are these screenshots of?
It is the same message that I received from General Libya. I'm now forwarding it to Brigadier Mokoena.
Okay. And this would have been approximately 2 minutes after you received it from General Libya.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Then if we can go back to DPM 1, there is a further message that you are sending to General Libya, which is on page 9.
Page
Yes, at
page
15:55. At DPM 1.
Yes,
It
I'm
would be
there.
page 9.
I'm
After General Libya sends you the address, you send a message to him.
Yes.
Can you read that message for us and tell us why you sent it to him?
I asked the question, any contact number when we get there, General? There I was asking if he's got any contact person or a number that we can use so that the team, when they arrive there, because my problem was I did not know whether when they will get there, the gates would be closed. And if we don't have someone to call that we are now here. So that's when I was requesting that number.
Chair, I see that it's 1 o'clock. Might we take the...
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Nube.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if we could start with the WhatsApp message that Chair had requested from General Mboto before the adjournment. We have made arrangements for copies of it to be made, and I would propose that it be included in DM3 because it forms part of the WhatsApp conversation between the General and Brigadier Mokoena, which is at DM3 from page 16. So if it could be included perhaps as 16.1, and I will have to flight it for now, project it for Chair and everyone to see.
Yes.
General, can you just switch on your microphone? And can you confirm that this is the WhatsApp conversation between you and Brigadier Mokoena on the 6th of December 2024?
I confirm that, Commissioners.
Can you read into the record the message that you received from Brigadier Mokoena at 15:07 on the 6th?
Good afternoon, General. Jen, the team will deploy again for ATM bombing in Northam this afternoon. Jen, the team went out for the same information but was postponed for today. Tom's inquiry 03/12/2024.
Also, you say this is Brigadier Mokoena.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, then if we can return to your statement, and in particular, we were at page 4.
It was.
And I think you had, if we can go to page 3, because it started on page 3, paragraph 8.
Yes, I'm there.
This was when you went back to General Labia, and he then gave you the address which you forwarded to Brigadier Mokoena. Now, when did you become aware where this address is, who the address belongs to?
Where the address was at the time when I got the message from General Libya, when I forwarded to Mokoena at that time.
And did you know who lived at that house?
No, I did not know.
When did you become aware of the person that lives there?
During the media briefing of General Mkwanas.
And that would have been on the 6th of July 2025.
That is correct.
So at the time you didn't know?
Not at that time, yes.
And did you know Mr. Katiso Molefe at that time?
I still don't know him now.
Okay. Then if we can continue, you say at the end of paragraph 8, you don't know where General Labia got the address, and that was the question that the Chair had asked you earlier.
That is correct.
And you say you didn't ask him.
I confirm that, Commissioners.
You also mentioned asking about the contact details, which we've looked at. What was the General Labia's response to the request for contact details?
He did not respond to that request.
Did you make any follow-ups with him?
No, I did not, because immediately, maybe shortly thereafter, I started receiving messages from Mokoena that seemed to indicate that it was a legitimate police operation.
Okay, we'll get to that point. Now, if we can go to the WhatsApp messages between you and Brigadier Mokoena.
Where would I find that?
That is DPM3.
DPM3.
Page 16.
All right, I'm there.
Where we have the address.
Yes.
And there's also a message there with the details of a Audi.
That is correct.
Did you send this message to Brigadier Mokoena?
No, I received I received the image from him.
You received that image from him.
Yes.
Do you know why he sent you that image?
No, I don't know.
Have you inquired with him for purposes of your evidence today as to why he sent you that?
No, I did not, but I just assumed that maybe he was indicating to me that the vehicles at the address are not state vehicle, are privately owned, because the vehicle that he had sent to me did not belong to the police. That's what I assumed he was saying.
Are you saying the vehicle that was at the address?
Yes, it had the Garankuwa address.
And what made you think that this vehicle's details had anything to do with the address in Sandton?
Because that is what we were communicating about at that time.
Okay. And he sends this at 16:25.
That's correct.
At this stage, did you think that the team that he had sent out had arrived there?
I thought so. I
So-
thought now that team has arrived, this is what their vehicles they are finding, and they're reporting back that this is what they are finding at the scene.
Okay. The next message that he
Sorry,
sent.
before you do that, General, why would he send you the details of a privately owned vehicle at a scene where they've been sent to go and check if this is a legitimate or a bogus operation? I'm sorry, I don't understand why he would send you that, and you don't ask, why are you sending me this?
All right. When we sent him there, at the back of our mind, my mind at least, was that the people are not police. And when he sends me this now, and the vehicles that are in my head at the address do not belong to the police, it is now confirming at least that I'm waiting for them to call now so that we can hear if this vehicle is the vehicle that is used by the people who were pretending to be hawks. That was my understanding.
But General, where does he say that the vehicle is at the address? I don't see that in the WhatsApp.
No. There is no, it did not send us with a covering message. Just send the picture. Now I'm looking at the picture. I'm thinking maybe this is the vehicle that is at the address. This is an assumption, because I'm thinking that vehicle that he would have found around Joburg has arrived at the scene, hence is sending this. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand why he would be sending it.
So was your instruction to him that he must find a vehicle in Johannesburg to go to the address?
Yes, that was my instruction when I said I want the vehicle in the vicinity of Sandton, not necessarily in Sandton, but in the greater Joburg.
And maybe you'll get to it later. When did you subsequently become aware that the people he sent to the address were not in Joburg but came from Pretoria North and Mogale City?
During my interaction with the commission.
With the commission, this
Yes.
commission?
Yes.
Are you saying that you thought the details of this vehicle, or this vehicle whose details he sends to you, you thought it's the vehicle that he sent to go and inspect what's happening?
No, I did not think this is the vehicle that he sent, but I thought this is a vehicle the vehicle that he sent has found at the address.
Yes.
Not that it's the vehicle that the police, this would have been my car, so it wouldn't have been a Garankuwa address.
But you didn't ask what is this vehicle? Who does it belong to? Remember, they've been sent to go and check whether these are bogus Hawks members.
That's correct.
You get the details of a vehicle.
Yes.
Nothing, it's not accompanied by a message
Right.
at all. You don't ask, why are you, who is this? Whose car is this? You don't ask that question, which to me appears to be the next reasonable question to ask. Why are you sending me this?
What I was expecting to happen was that they are now at the address so that we could speak to them, so that they can brief us. Maybe then that would have come to make sense, would have started to make sense.
Okay.
But at the time when I received it, you will see I would not have responded to it because I would not have understood the context.
And up to today, you don't understand why he sent you this? You
No,
don't understand the context?
even more so now that when I was interacting with the commission, the vehicles that the commission seems to think were at that place did not include this car.
Yes.
So it's more confusing now than it would have been at the time.
So Brigadier Mkwena would really be the person to explain why he became interested in this vehicle and why he thought you would be interested in it. He's
Indeed.
the person that must provide that explanation.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you.
General, I just want to clarify your answer regarding what you understood this screenshot to mean when you received it. In your statement in addressing the next message, which says 17 kilos towards, you say that you understood this to mean that the vehicle that he had sent was 17 kilometers from the address.
Yes.
Now, that is not consistent with saying, I thought that the vehicle that had been sent was at the address and the team was now sending this, because the message at 1640 is that the vehicle is still 17 kilos away, and that's how you understood it. So do you just want to clarify that for us?
Right. That would have been my thinking at 1625. Because there is a gap between 1625 and the 17 kilos. Now, when he sends the 17 kilos, which is 15 minutes later, then it's more confusing.
And you then don't seek to clarify that confusion with him?
No, but remember we were at the ceremony. So when we get a break, or there is a halt of some kind, or then I was going to speak to Mukwena to say, Mukwena, what is happening here? But before that happens, before we get a break from the function, I then get a confirmation that everything is in order there. The police are involved. But that was before the break where I could have spoken to Mukwena for him to clarify this.
Okay, and then if you go to the next page, which is page 17, he then appears to send that screenshot again to you with the Audi.
Yes.
Do you know why he would have repeated it?
No, I don't know why he's repeating it.
Okay. So you say the next message you get from him is that it is a legal operation. Can you go to page 18?
Yes, I'm there.
And this is at 1658.
Yes.
Now, when you get this information, did you communicate it to General Labia?
No, not at this stage. I communicated after I asked him a question. Remember when I sent him, there were two things that we were interested in. Firstly, is it a legitimate police operation? And the answer I had gotten already at 1658, that indeed it is. Then I was asking now, did anyone tell you who said you were sent there by Libya? And then when I eventually respond to General Libya, I'll be responding to both to say it is a legitimate police operation, and that the leader there is Captain Wanda is confirmed that he never mentioned the name of General Libya.
Okay. Now, you just said earlier on that you were interested in two things. Was it a legitimate police operation? I think later on in your statement when we get to it, but maybe now is the time to deal with it, you draw a distinction between the instruction that you had given Brigadier Mokoena and what you heard during the commission's process was the instruction that Brigadier Mokoena gave to his team. Can you explain that distinction, but also then reference why you've now referred to it as your inquiry was whether there was a legitimate police operation?
Yes, Commissioners, my instruction to him was in relation to whether the human beings that were on the door, were they real police or not real police, right? Because someone has gone there, said it's from the Hawks, and the Hawks has confirmed they do not have an operation. Two was, if they were police, they further stated that they were sent by General Libya. So I wanted to find out, did those members who were there state that they were sent by Libya? But the snippets that I had of the commission, it appeared as if at some point Mokoena would have understood me to be saying, verify whether the operation is legitimate. And that was not the interest that I have. But when I hear other witnesses as well, they seem to be wanting to confirm whether they are police or not. So I don't know whether it's only Mokoena that was thinking of the verification of the legitimacy of the operation, because when I hear other witnesses, those that he tasked, they seem to have understood it correctly, that they wanted to verify whether these officers involved were real legitimate police officers. So that is what I was just trying to indicate.
And why is that distinction important?
Because to verify if the person is a police officer or not, all you need is for him to produce his appointment certificate. But to verify if his operation is legitimate or not, now you need to check whether there is a valid search warrant or valid warrant of arrest. Whereas it was not of interest to me whether they've got a J51 or 50, the warrant of arrest or search warrant. Of importance to me was whether they are genuine police, and as soon as they send a message that confirms that these are genuine police, my mission is finished.
But unless I'm mistaken, I think maybe about 3-4 minutes back,
yeah,
you yourself said that you wanted them to verify if the operation was legitimate.
No.
I thought you used that.
If I said that, I would have been wrong. Because what I tasked them to do...
Where I'm getting with that is it perhaps not pedantic of you to want to make a distinction between verify whether the people were police officers or whether the operation was legitimate? I'm saying that because it may well be that they too did not necessarily seek to draw a distinction between the two. So that's why I'm saying maybe you are being pedantic. What's your comment on that?
Right.
Unless I'm wrong that a few minutes back you yourself said you had sent them there to verify if the operation was legitimate.
You are correct, Chair. That's why I asked General Mboto. He said to verify whether it was a legitimate police operation.
Exactly.
And that's why I wanted him to clarify, make the distinction.
Exactly, General. So aren't you perhaps being pedantic? You yourself used the language that they used, but you find fault with them if they use that language, the language that you yourself also used.
All right. Commissioners, maybe it's important that I give the background to this, with what necessitated our interest in it. The problems that we were having when I arrived in October was that we had a large number of cases that were reported of people pretending to be the police. So the interest that I would have had is whether those people are not some of the people that have generated more than 30 cases. So that would have been the interest. So for this verification to assist us, it would have been if we verified whether these are police or not police. So if I have used a wrong attempt to say verify the operation, then it will miss the purpose, because the purpose is to verify if this is not one of those people that is generating cases. So I could have used the wrong word, but then that would have been a slip of a tongue. The correct one is to verify if this is a genuine police, so that if it not, it will assist in solving these 30 cases that we have.
Yes, you have given us examples of those. I think they total 33 in DPM2.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner. In that context, the legitimacy of that operation would not assisted us in addressing the challenge that we're having.
Is it possible that when you gave the instruction to Brigadier Mokoena on the 6th of December 2024 that you didn't make this distinction that you're making now, and he may have misunderstood the extent of the inquiry?
I would have thought so, Commissioners, if it wasn't because I see the other witnesses understood it in the correct context. So it would not have been possible for those other witnesses down the chain to have gotten the initial version had it not been conveyed so by Mokoena. Because the only contact between what I said and what they thought they were going to do was Mokoena. So I'm assuming that Mokoena must have given them the correct version. Otherwise, why would they think so on their own?
And here you're referring to Warrant Officer Nkosi?
And,
okay.
and Kruger.
Okay.
Yes, Captain Kruger, yes.
Thank you, General.
Can I ask a question? Just out of interest, General, do you know General Khumalo, who's referred to in page 18?
I know him very well.
Did you know him on 6 December 2024?
I've known him for a while.
So you could pick up a phone and ask him, do you have an operation in Sandhurst? And he would have solved your problem.
Indeed, indeed. That's why I'm saying, as soon as I got the message at 1658, I had no further interest.
No, but 20 minutes later,
yes,
you have interest because you now want to know who said they were sent by General.
Yes, yes, that is correct.
And 20 minutes later, if I'm not mistaken, you then insist on a response. So you want to know,
indeed,
Brigadier, who said they were sent by General Libya?
Correct.
Which means you want the Hawks people who are there to interrogate the people at Sandhurst so that they can find out who said they were sent by General Libya.
All right. That is correct, Commissioner. Commissioner, these questions, I thought it's what they would have asked. So I was checking with Mokoena if in the response that they've already given him, did they mention who said it's been sent by General Libya, if they are General Khumalo's people. But General Khumalo would not have been able to answer that. So I thought when these colleagues come there, they will find out who's in charge. Now they know that it's Colonel Khumalo in charge. Then I thought they will ask, did any one of you said they came from the Hawks or you were sent by General Libya? So when I'm asking this, I'm asking on the feedback that Mokoena has received. If in the feedback, did he receive a response to that?
No, but you are saying, Brigadier, establish for me who said that he was sent by General Libya.
Correct, but that is immediately when he is sending, you look at the timelines, 1658, he's saying Khumalo is in charge. And then I'm sending him a message back at 1704, 6 minutes later, I'm assuming that they are still together where they are, to establish if there is anyone who informed the owners of the premises if they were sent by General Libya.
But this is where your statement does not make sense to me. You said earlier that you just wanted a car to go there and scan the area. Now, scanning the area is different from saying you now want the people who are there to be interrogated so that they can say who said they were sent by General Libya. That's the part I don't understand.
All right. Commissioner, let me move slowly. The first portion is when I did not know that the police are real or not. Because we only sent 2 vehicles, we did not expect that vehicles to go into the premises. So the first vehicle, my expectation was that it will scan and then report to us to decide what do we do next. But it appears now that that process has passed, because they've gone to a point where they now confirm it's the police and Colonel Kumalo is in charge. Now, since they are now saying that means they are no longer just scanning and moving they've confirmed now that this is a real police operation. We are now comfortable with each other. We are police. Now, I want to know now, because the initial information that we received was saying there are people here who say they're from the Hawks and they say they're sent by General Libya. Now, I'm saying since now Kumalo is there, they are with him. He says he's in charge. Can you tell us now who said he's been sent by General Libya? So that we could have, by the time I give feedback to General Libya, I should be able to say it's a legitimate police operation, and the response is that no one mentioned your name, meaning whoever would have said to General Libya that they were sent by the Hawks would have been misleading him. That's the feedback I wanted to give.
Thank you.
You say you wanted to establish whether it's a bogus operation or not.
That's
and
correct.
You've explained that once they have verified, that's the end of the task that you have sent them to do.
Yes.
Why are you asking that question when you have now been told it's a legit operation? You've been told Lieutenant General Kumalo is in charge. You can speak to General Kumalo and raise whatever concerns you have. Why are you asking that question about who said they were sent by General Libya?
Thanks, Commissioner. Because I just needed a confirmation from them that they did not say that, so that I can convey the same message. Because a general who spoken to Kumalo or whoever it is, I think it was Wanda, who said, but we never mentioned General Libya's name. So that when I give the information back, by that time we are relaxed now, because we already know now it's the police now. So these are my colleagues. So we need just a confirmation from them. Did you say you were sent by Libya? So the most important part was whether this was a police operation or not. But once we've now determined that it's a police operation, we are no longer under pressure now. So it's my colleagues, but who said you were sent by Libya? So that we can give General Libya the feedback. So say, but those people never mentioned your name there. That was the purpose.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question. When did you become aware? Because you say by 1704 you are relaxed because you now know that it is the police at the Sandhurst address. When did you become aware that 50 minutes later, the Hawks team that was sent to the Sandhurst address was still there? Because at 1754, they were still at the Sandhurst arrest, 50 minutes after you became comfortable that this police operation.
No, I did not follow further as to whether the colleagues are there. But for me, I never had any further stress about this matter now. because now I know this is a genuine police operation. So I'm relaxed now, I'm not worried about it. So I would not have followed up to find out what time they left. Yes.
Having had the evidence in this commission, are you not bothered that 50 minutes after you became comfortable that this is a police operation, your Hawks members were still at the Sandhurst address while a police operation was going on? Does that not concern you now?
It did because I couldn't, it's, maybe I should use the word, I don't understand why they were still there. I'm not really worried because there could be a reason that they possibly have that I don't know. Because as far as I'm concerned, after 1658 or 1704, they would have been done with the mission that they were sent there to do. But if they're still there, it's just that by that time I became aware, it was during when they are supposed to be testifying in the commission, and I did not want to interfere with that process. Hence, I haven't found out from them, because there's a lot of other things that I would have been concerned about that I had on the commission, but I would not want to engage them until they finalize the giving of evidence in the commission.
So you did not want to interfere with the work of the commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
General, you say that after they told you that it's a legitimate operation, at 1658 you relaxed. But when you look at page 18 and 19, these texts, at 1741 you're still asking for a response on who mentioned General Libya. And you ask that even after you are given the telephone number of Captain Wanda, who is in charge of the operation. So there's a good nearly 30 minutes when you, in fact, are interested in who mentioned General Libya when you have long been told this is a legitimate operation.
Sorry, Commissioner Baloy, that is not a message from the General, it is from Brigadier Mokoena. His message is sent at 1718, which says any response to this,
I
and then
apologize
in
for that.
response.
Okay, I apologize. You can disregard my question.
Thank you, the Commissioner.
So maybe if we can just stay with that WhatsApp messages at page 19. You've explained that you asking who said that General Libya sent them, and then you at 1718 ask for any response to this. A response comes back at 1721, which just mentions Captain Wanda and J51 operation. Had you asked for any information about the operation that's being undertaken?
Just repeat that.
If you see the response from Brigadier Mokoena, yes, page 19 of the text,
Yeah.
where it says, Jen, the members in charge, do you see that?
Yes.
Of the team at the address is Captain Wanda, and then a telephone number is provided, J51 operation.
Yes.
Had you asked for information about what operation was taking place?
No, not interested in it.
Okay, so the response that you're interested in is the one that comes at 1741.
That's correct.
And can you just tell us what that response was?
I spoke with Captain Wanda on a video call and confirmed J51 operation, but deny mentioning General Libya's name, Jen.
And this is Brigadier Mokoena now confirming that he spoke on the video call.
Yes.
Is there any further communication between you and Brigadier Mokoena after 1741 on that day that you haven't shared with us?
I don't think there was any further information, because this is the message now that I forwarded to General Libya to inform him. Because for me, this response is now complete.
And if we look at your response to General Libya on page 9,
Yes.
If you can go to page 9 of the bundle,
Yes.
DPM1.
Yes.
You only forward to him the message that references his name. You don't forward the earlier message as well.
No, no.
Why is that?
Because that is the issue that he has raised with me. He has raised 2 issues. So there are people that say they are Hawks members. To that question, I've already explained to him before I dispatched the vehicle that we confirm that our component heads are not having an operation. Now I'm giving him a feedback to say, we have established that it is a genuine operation by the police. Captain Wanda is in charge there, but he denies ever mentioning your name there. And for us, for me at least, that has answered these 2 concerns.
And after your message that you forwarded from Brigadier Mokoena, General Abia responds much later that evening.
That's good.
Was there any communication between the 2 of you between 17:43 and 21:45 regarding this issue?
No, there wasn't.
And his response to you is, can you tell us what it is?
I usually assume that emoji to be meaning thank you.
And then was there any further communication between you and Brigadier Mokoena after he told you, he sent his response to you, which you've already confirmed there was nothing after 17:41? I just want to make sure.
Yes, that was the last thing that was of importance to me about this whole thing. When he reports that it's a police operation, Wanda never mentioned a name of General Libya, that ends our interest in the matter.
Thank you, General. If we can go to page 6 of your statement.
6.
It's the heading relates to an allegation from a person on the scene.
Yes.
And if I can just give context to why you deal with this in your statement. During preparation of your statement, you were made aware by the Commissioner's evidence leaders that there was an allegation by another witness at the time, his identity was not disclosed to you, and you now know that it is Warrant Officer Nkosi because he gave that evidence, that when he was at the scene, a gentleman approached him by the name of Mr. Mtetwa, who said that he was the person that called Patrick, and Patrick was identified by that Mr. Mtetwa as being General Mboto, which is you. You were asked whether in light of that information, you still wanted to proceed to give your evidence before the Commission or consider your position insofar as this may implicate you, and you've elected to continue to give your evidence as you have now done, but you wanted to deal with this allegation in your statement and your evidence.
Yeah.
If you can deal with it now, and you have seen the photograph, but I'm going to project it again, and you can find it at the section that is section 3, BK5. It should be the first photograph that you see at BK5. Can you address this allegation, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. I did not receive any call from a person called Mtetwa, and the person displayed on the picture, they have never seen him. I don't know that person. But if he had called me, I would have appreciated that call. Because if he did, it would have given me more information that I would have given to Abo Mokoena to operate. For example, from the time Mokwena's team left until they arrived there, I don't even know how they managed to get in because I had not given them sufficient information. They had no contact number of the person that would have been there. So if this person was telling the truth, that he called me, I was not going to request that information the address to starters, for starters. I was not going to request that from General Libya because I would have already been having it. But if this person called me, how General Libya would know that someone who called me, the address that I must send the people to is this specific address? Because General Libya would not have known of a call that I'm having with this person. But the address that I got and the address to which Mukwena's people went is the address that originates from General Libya. At some point, I'm asking General Libya for the contact numbers. But if I already had contact numbers from this gentleman, there is no more purpose for me to ask for the numbers from General Libya because I'm already having the numbers. So, and also the issue that I thought was mentioned, that the purpose was to establish whether there was a warrant of arrest or search warrant there. But that message, if that is the driving message that initiates us, doesn't get conveyed to the actual people who are going to respond, because none of them responded with an understanding that they are looking for those. So it would have been very difficult for this version to be correct, because it would require General Libya somehow to know what communications I've had and to give me the exact address that this Mtetwa is at, but get it from General Libya, who was not part of the conversation. That was the part, Commissioners, I wanted to raise.
Is it possible that after you had spoken to General Libya, this person, Mtetwa, contacted you and gave you these details? That's why you never followed up with General Libya as regards the details of the person they will meet when they get to Sandhurst.
Yes, Commissioner, but if I had gotten that, it is helpful information. I should pass it to Mukwena, because it doesn't assist if it is with me. The only time that it becomes useful is when it lands to Mukwena. So if that was the version, Commissioner, that will be helpful, because then I'll pass it to Mukwena, so that the team now has a contact person.
So other than the WhatsApps that we see, did you have calls with Mukwena between 4 and 5 o'clock on the day in question? So was there telephone calls other than the WhatsApp messages?
Between 4 and 5?
Yes, on the 6th of December 2024.
If there was a call, it should be before that. It should be at the time when I'm looking for them to verify if they've got an operation. That is where the calls should be at.
My question is more specific. Between 4 and 5, were there any phone calls between you and Brigadier Mukwena?
I don't remember. And a call after that time, because at that time we were exchanging WhatsApps.
Yes.
So I don't remember that there would be a call, a physical call.
Because this is the sort of information that could have been shared during a phone call, even if we cannot see it in any WhatsApp.
But I would have thought that if there was a call, it would be on a WhatsApp call. So the WhatsApp would have reflected that, the WhatsApp communication, because we have not deleted anything up to so far. So that would be displayed if that was.
Because it worries me that General Patrick Dumisani Mboto is the person who sends the Hawks to this address in Sandhurst. And then there's a person, a certain Mr. Mtetwa, at the same address who says, I call Patrick. Now, in this scene, the only Patrick that we have heard of is you.
Correct.
There's no other Patrick that we have heard of.
All right. But commissioners, this should not be a very difficult part for the commission investigators to establish if was there a call that I'd received. My handset is here. we can subpoena the Vodacom. There is so many ways you can prove whether I'm telling the truth or not.
And is that the only cell phone you were using on the day?
I only have one cell phone.
No, on the day, not now.
Yes, on the day. Still the same number. I've had it for more than 15 years.
Is it a service cell phone or a private cell phone?
It is a service.
You did not have a private cell phone on the day?
No, I don't.
All right.
No, I don't.
I'm only asking these questions, General, because I want to, deal with the topic we are dealing with. That
Indeed.
There's a private person who says they called you.
Yes.
And we just want to get clarity on that. Thanks.
Correct.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If I may, I think adding to that, General, there is the difficulty of the improbability of a member of the public who is standing witnessing a police operation and then approaching a member of the Hawks to say, I have called Patrick. And I must say, until I read your statement, I didn't know that your name is Patrick. But this person says to a member of the Hawks, I've called Patrick, but in fact, on the evidence that we have, Mokoena spoke to Captain Wanda on that person's phone, on Mr. Mtetwa's phone. That's who Mokoena spoke to. He spoke through Mtetwa with Wanda. And it's difficult to understand how this Patrick, this Mtetwa, would not have had the kind of connection that he has claimed to one of your people. And even if you heard about it during your engagement with the commission, it would be a curiosity, to me at least, that you have the information about Mtetwa, you have his name, his full names, you have his car details. You must therefore have his address, and that you actually do not investigate who is this person and why would he say that he spoke to you, because it's quite serious that he invoked your name, and if you haven't investigated it, it would be a question of curiosity. Do you have any comment to that?
Yes, I do, Commissioners. Commissioners, let's start on the day in question. What would have been the harm if I had received a call from Mtetwa? What is it that would require to deny? Because I don't know who Mtetwa is. I have not even heard of allegations that are horrible about him. So I can't see a motivation for denying having received a call from an ordinary member of the public. Had I received this call, it would have required not denying, because Mtetwa is not one of those people where there is an allegation of wrongdoing or has been arrested. So I've never heard of Mtetwa, but of importance is that I have the interest, indeed, but I could not start a parallel investigation with the commission. The commission, possibly in my head, is that this Mtetwa is going to be one of the witnesses. But now, it can't be that the commissioner is busy investigating. Now, we are now running a parallel investigation. For ours, if we want to do an investigation, the commission will be finished with theirs first. Then we can investigate who this person is. But if it were to happen now, parallel to the investigators of the commission, it could have a very wrong interpretation.
Without saying that's your reason, that would be your reason in this case, can I suggest this possible explanation why there would be an incentive to deny? It is, we now know that the person at that house is Mr. Katiso Molefe,
Correct.
who is implicated in very serious allegations. We also know, or allegations at least have been made, that he is connected to police officers, senior police officers.
Correct.
With those allegations, that in itself would provide an incentive to distance yourself from him, without saying that's what you're doing. I'm answering you're asking the question, why would you deny it? Well, there would be an incentive to deny it. Surely that's a fair proposition to make, that now that we know what we know from other witnesses, or what has been alleged, let me say that, what has been alleged by other witnesses and what is in public media, there would be an incentive to distance, for any senior police officer, in fact, to distance themselves from any association with Mr. Molefe. And I would be surprised if that was not the case.
Commissioners, I would have agreed with the commissioner if the commissioner was saying I would have an incentive to distance myself from Mr. Molefe. I would understand that. But to distance myself from someone that I have not heard of being associated with the wrongdoing, I might have a different view. I'm not saying the commissioner's view is wrong, but I would not understand why I would want to distance myself from someone that at this moment I'm not aware of wrongdoings from his part. So, yeah, so that's my response. Thank you.
I've heard your response.
Thank you. General, in fairness to you, the information that your name was used, was referenced at that scene, only became available last week when we were consulting with Warrant Officer Nkosi. You had not been informed of that prior to that. But just to follow on what the commissioners were saying is that, and I would not put it any higher than it being peculiar, that Mr. Mtetwa was identified by two people on the scene for two different reasons, and those two people didn't interact with each other, being Warrant Officer Nkosi and Captain Wanda. According to Warrant Officer Nkosi, he didn't engage anybody of the takedown team, so he wouldn't have spoken to Captain Wanda. And they both identify Mr. Mtetwa. Captain Wanda identifies him as the person whose cell phone who gave him a cell phone to speak to Brigadier Mokoena on the other end, which suggests that Brigadier Mokoena certainly knows Mr. Mtetwa. And on the other hand, it's that Warrant Officer Nkosi identifies him as the person that said he had called you. So I think there is certainly a basis for us to engage you on this as to whether you know the person and why now there would be, if you do know him, why there would be an attempt to distance yourself. But I accept what you say is that if you did know the person, certain information you would not have been privy to. You would have had certain information which you were requesting actually from General Abia, which you say supports your version that you didn't know him.
I confirm that. But also maybe to take it a point further, if I had received this call, I was going to get more information that I would have passed to the team of Mgwen, because they would have needed it. I would have given them the phone number. I would have given them an indication as to what to expect, where they are going. Thank you, Commissioners.
But wouldn't that associate you with Mr. Katiso Molefe and this Mr. Mtetwa, who, according to Warrant Officer Nkosi, is related to Mr. Katiso Molefe?
But I would not have known that he's related. So I would have, if he had called me, I would have taken the call. I would not have known that. Remember, at that time, I would not even have known of Katiso Molefe's existence. So if I had received a call from Mr. Mtetwa, I would have taken up the call.
So I take it you deny the allegation that you and Mr. Mtetwa are old brass. You come from way back.
I don't know him. And not only that, Mthethwa is one of those not very common surnames. It's not a surname that I can easily forget. As I was preparing here, I was looking at my phone. I could see that I've got a lot of Chaukes and Mukwenas and Kumalos, but Mthethwas are very rare, at least in my space. So I would not forget that I have a friend, his name is Mthethwa, because he would most probably have been the only one.
Have you had time since you were made aware of this allegation to run the number plates that we see in BK5 on page 21?
No, I would not do that, because that is now in the hands of the investigators of the commission. I would not be running anything to do with those numbers.
No, not for the purposes of the investigators.
Right.
To satisfy yourself that this person who drives this black Mercedes-Benz, I won't mention the name in the number plate for obvious reasons, that I've checked this, I've checked their initials, I've checked their surname. This is not a person that I know.
No, definitely I would not do that, commissioners, until the commission is finalized with what they're doing. I would not do it. I would not want to test even the vehicles that the commissioner is going to be testing
But
themselves.
your opportunity to deny that you know the person is today.
Yes, but I'm saying today I don't know the person. And for me to say I don't know the person, I do not require the ownership of his vehicles. Because I've been shown a picture, I don't know the person. And also, as I've said, my phone number or anything on my phone is available for the downloading or analysis to say, here you've communicated with this gentleman, and the commission investigators are most welcome to anything that will satisfy them on it.
General, does it happen every day in the DPCI that someone calls and says, oh, there's something going on at a house and people are claiming to be the Hawks, and you just dispatch people, you have no information whatsoever, according to you. You don't have a contact number, you don't know what they're going to find on the ground. You think it's a bogus operation because that's what you've been told at that time. And then you say to your members, just send one car with 2 people and go and check. Is that something that happens every day? Is that how you do things?
Thanks, Commissioner. My understanding was in relation to the concern that was raised by General Libya when I arrived in October. He had raised concerns about bogus DPCI members that are scamming people across the board. Now, most of those investigations ended up in prisons, that people in prison were conducting that. Now, so most of it, what became difficult in those investigations is that even if you were eventually going to find a handset in a communal cell, it will come with its challenges because you will most probably not be able to link it to someone. Now, when we get a hint of physical people who are not the ones that are scammers inside the prison, we are obviously interested in this one because we are frustrated with the cases that we have that ends up in prison. So when we have this one, so it was important for us to go and verify what is happening. So, but it's not something that we do every day, but it is, if you look at it separate from the problems that we were having of these bogus Hawks members, it might not make sense. But to us, it was exciting because now we've got physical human beings that are at a gate somewhere. That would have been the reason.
I think the nub of, or the sting of my question is, you have absolutely no information. You don't even have a contact number. So you're sending General Mokoena to deploy a vehicle with 2 people where they can't even speak to anyone in advance to find out what's happening there. There's just you're saying, just send one car. That in itself is a matter of concern for me, that you don't know what's happening on the ground, and then you even prescribe, send a car with 2 people. That sounds more like you had an idea of what was going on there. That's why you're not concerned about getting a telephone number so that they can make contact. That's why you're able to say, send only one car with 2 people. For someone who has absolutely no information and is told there's bogus Hawks people there, but you absolutely are blind to what's happening there, it seems you are casual at best about getting a contact number of someone to speak to so that they know what they're going to be confronting, but also in a prescription of who should go there. For someone who's blind, it doesn't make sense. Who's blind to what's happening on the ground. It just doesn't make sense. In fact, I think in another conversation, it would border on the reckless. If it's innocent, it's reckless that you would send your people out with absolutely no information and you prescribe who should go there. 2 people in 1 car. I'd like to hear your comment.
Yes, Commissioners. What I was expecting was that we'll send the nearest vehicle. By one, I meant the first closest vehicle they could find. That's what I meant. But as the testimony of Captain Kruger, the way he did it, for me, it's perfectly correct. That while he's moving there, he's creating a group. In addition, he's mobilizing while he's going there. So my thinking would have been that on arrival, they would not go to the actual address. He would have passed and verified what is happening while his people, the real colleagues, are still coming. So when I later found out that more than Kruger was contacted, for me it was okay. Because when I'm talking about the one vehicle, I'm talking about the initial vehicle that will just scan the area for us so that we know how to respond to it. So I can't seem to see the harm in this first vehicle scanning the area for us so that he's able to brief the others who will come later what is happening, or even dismiss them. To go there, oh, there's nothing, guys, go back. So I could not, Commissioner, share your view on this one, because we can't have started with all cars at once, because there will be that one that is closer to the place. So, but that vehicle that you can find that's closest to the point, send it so that it can brief the rest of us so that we know how to respond further. Thank you, Commissioner.
When did you become aware that Captain Kruger was mobilizing others?
During the commission.
So at the time when you say they must send a vehicle with 2 people where they don't have a contact number, you didn't know that he's mobilizing people, or he will mobilize people?
It's a standard practice that, you see, one of the questions from the evidence leader to me was, do I think Kruger was wrong in mobilizing? And I said to her, I think I agree with Kruger rather than Mugwena. Because when you are sent to an address, you do not know what to expect. So if you have to err, you err on the side of caution by bringing. So when I say send a vehicle with 2 people, the reason, at least in my head, is not that other people are prohibited from coming. It's so that if one is driving, someone has to be taking notes of what is there. Because my initial expectation was that they will drive past. So when this one is driving, maybe someone is taking pictures or things like that, or video of what is there, so that when they find a safe spot, they can now plan with what we have, what do we do? But the approach of Kruger, for me, was correct. And I do not think that even that Kruger needed authority of anyone to reinforce the team that is going to respond. Because that would have been a safer approach. Because surely we were not sending these two members to their slaughter, because we did not know who was there and what they will do. So the two that would have been closest would have been our first responder. Thank you.
Well, maybe just to complete, you also, when you said a car and two people should go there without any contact details, you didn't know at that time that Kruger will set up a group, a WhatsApp group. He will mobilize and he'll set up a group. You didn't know, as a matter of fact. You didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that, but that's what they do, usually. When there's an operation, they form a WhatsApp group for that operation that they are involved in, generally.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you expect that the vehicle that you say should go, and now you're describing they will pass by and they will take videos, you expected that two in the vehicle could well have been the end of it. They may have come back just driving by and taking videos to say it's a police operation, and that would be the end of it.
That would be sufficient if it went that
You
way.
would have expected that.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Generally, your evidence confuses me. Earlier you said you just wanted a vehicle to go there to scan the area. You now know that before any vehicle had been there to scan the area, Kruger had already mobilized private security, had mobilized other hawks from Mogale City and other people that have not been mentioned to us. And you say now that is perfect. That's how he should have done it.
Yes.
But then that's not scanning the scene.
All right. Commissioner, let me explain again. I want the first vehicle to go scan the scene. But while it is scanning the scene...
Just pause there for a moment.
Right.
We now know that before any vehicle had scanned the scene, Kruger had already mobilized people and told them to go there. Are you saying that is perfect, that people were mobilized before any vehicle had scanned the scene? Because if a vehicle had scanned the scene and saw that there were policemen there would have been no need on your version to mobilize anybody, because then you would have been satisfied that this is a police operation. So you're dealing with a situation where there's a normal hawks operation, and a situation you described earlier where you said you simply want to scan the area. Now you are mixing the two, and that's what's causing confusion.
All right. Commissioner, if Kruger has delayed letting other people know, remember the people he's calling Commissioner is not someone that will arrive there within minutes. They are coming from wherever they have to come from. He will still get there before everybody else does, even if he informs them. But if we were to amend this and say it according to how the commissioner is phrasing it, it will require Kruger to get there, scan the scene, see that it requires additional manpower, then call the manpower. There would be a lot of time delay in that approach, Commissioner. But if he calls the people, those people will never arrive before Kruger if he's the one calling them. He calls them, he sees the place. If indeed there is no need for police, Kruger calls them off. But I'm having a view, Commissioner, that if we were to do it the way that is suggested by the Commissioner, on arrival, Commissioner Kruger would have far more waiting to do than if he mobilized them while on the way there.
General, it was your suggestion earlier that once the person has scanned the area,
Yes,
they will call.
yes,
And then based on what they have seen,
yes,
you will decide whether to deploy more people.
correct.
So now you're changing that and you're saying on his way there, Kruger himself should have deployed more people so that once he gets there, he doesn't have to wait for support. So you're saying two completely different things.
Commissioner, that's not what I'm saying. I am simply saying to the Commissioner, I'm not opposed to Kruger having called people while on the way. I'm not opposed to that approach. But when I thought initially, when I was sending him, I thought he will scan, talk to us so that we send people. But Kruger did one better than us, than my initial thinking. Because Kruger is saving time. So I'm saying I'm not opposed to the approach of Kruger. Because if you look at it, Kruger's approach is better than mine. Because I would have allowed Kruger to arrive there. Kruger gives us feedback, this is what I see, then we deploy. But Kruger's one is even better than mine. So as I was looking at it, I'm saying, but this is better idea, that one of Kruger, than mine would have been. Because Kruger's way of doing it saved him time. Because as soon as he's done, everybody starts arriving. Or others were on the way, he stopped them. So that is what I'm saying. I'm not changing anything, but I'm saying this approach of Kruger, if you look at it, is better than mine. Because it saves him time to respond. Meaning, if we would have gone with my plan that I had, Kruger would have arrived there, scanned the area. If there is anything happening there, he's still waiting for us to mobilize. But in his approach, the waiting time is shorter. So that's all I'm saying, Commissioner.
But we must just be clear that it's your approach, not the Commission's approach.
No, not the Commissioner. The first one, the slower one is mine.
Yes.
The better one is Kruger. Yes.
What I find a little bit strange or lacking in logic is what you said in response to Commissioner Kumalo's earlier questions. You seemed to suggest that as a matter of course, Captain Kruger would have arrived there first, he having been the person who called all the others. So you said he would arrive there first.
Yeah.
Did I understand you correctly?
Correct, Commissioner, you understood me correct, because remember, I'm under the impression that he would have been the closest.
Here's the lack of logic. You cannot make the assumption that he was closest.
But that was the request.
What request?
To Mkwena. Mkwena found the closest vehicle to the address in Sandton. Remember the first vehicle, the one that we were talking about, has to be the one closest to the address. So if he's the closest...
And practically, how would Brigadier Mkwena have done that to establish which vehicle was closest?
I thought he was going to call the Joburg team to find out where they are. And then of them, the one that's closest should be the one that he deploys. Because that it is on that basis that I think he then arrives before them. Because the choice of the first car would be in the distance.
So you are basically saying it's Brigadier Mkwena then who did not comply with your request that it should be the nearest car that's requested to go to the address. I'm asking that because we now know that the car that was requested to go there was a car that was to drive from Pretoria all the way to Sandton. So are you saying your request to Brigadier Mkwena was get the nearest car to go to the Sandton address? That was your request?
That was the request.
So basically you are saying Brigadier Mkwena did not comply with your request. He took, or rather he requested a car that was in faraway Pretoria to go to the address. He did not comply with your request.
That would have been a deviation, Commissioner, but I was under the impression, even myself, when he told me it's Kruger, that Kruger is from the Joburg side. So when he informed me that he sent Kruger, I was comfortable because I didn't know that Kruger is from Pretoria. I thought Kruger was from the Johannesburg side. So when I heard that Kruger is the one responding, I thought that was reasonable.
All right, thank you.
And General, just to clarify, this would have been during a telephone call with Brigadier Mokoena before you had given him the address. You knew then that he had sent Kruger.
He informed me. Hey, you see, I'm unable to confirm that it was on a call because there was a lot of, we are at the same venue. I'm not sure that all the things doesn't happen physically because we're at the same venue, which was smaller than this. So I don't know if it was on a call or we were talking.
Okay.
Mokoena seems to say I called him. I seem to think I was talking to him because the first three components that I spoke to them. And maybe, commissioners, I also forgot to mention, I seem to think I also communicated with the provincial head of Gauteng, who's General Kadwa, when I was asking about the operation. I think I also forgot to mention him. I also asked him before the dispatch of the vehicles.
So I just want to confirm that if, now that you say that Brigadier Mokoena told you that it's Captain Kruger that would be responding,
yes,
that would have been before you gave him the address?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And...
yeah. I'm not sure whether it's before or after, but if you look at when I send the address, it's also not very far apart from my initial interaction with them, which would have been around 3:45. So I don't think that Kruger would have been already on the road. But yes, the sequence is that I speak to Mokoena. He comes back and gives me information that he's sent Kruger. I give him the address in that sequence. Maybe the times I might not be sure, but I speak to him. I say he must send a vehicle. He comes back to me that he's sending Kruger. I give him the address in that sequence.
And did he tell you where Kruger was at the time?
No. But I would have assumed he's in the vicinity because that's the request to Mokoena. Find me someone closer to the scene.
I am looking at paragraph 10.
Paragraph
of your statement, Brigadier.
Paragraph 10.
Yes.
Yes.
You don't mention a request there unless you mention it elsewhere. You say that you thought that Brigadier Mokoena would have asked a team that was either in Ekurhuleni, Ruodeport, or Soweto to attend to the address. You don't say you requested, but now in your testimony here, more than once, in fact, in response to me, you mentioned the request. In response to the evidence leader, Ms. Ncube, you again mentioned the request, and you've probably mentioned it at some other stage as well. Here you say you thought, you don't say you made a request, that it should be the nearest car. Can you please explain that?
All right. The correct version is I requested him to find the nearest car. That's the correct version. I would have requested him to find, because any other vehicle would have been far. Because what I do know is that Brigadier Mokoena has got two teams. There's a Pretoria team and we've got Johannesburg teams. So if we've got a problem in Johannesburg, the best, quicker people to send are the people of Johannesburg. I would have expected the same also if it was the north of Pretoria, that we don't send Abo Kruger, who at that time I thought was from the Israel, would have gone.
So under Johannesburg, you include Eguruleni, Roodepoort, and Soweto.
Yes.
That's what you are referring to.
Yes, that.
Would you accept, I don't want to sound like a witness, but I'll probably do, but do you accept that those areas are further away from, for example, the Sentin Subs police station?
That is correct.
Why would you not ask the Sentin Subs to go there?
You see, it would not have served the purpose. The Sentin Subs would have come in a marked police vehicle, possibly with blue lights, and guys in uniform. It would not have served the scanning purpose of the area. Because, firstly, if you did that, you could endanger their lives if there was something horribly happening there. Sending two people with so little information that we have at our disposal, you could endanger their lives. But not only that, visible policing in uniform and a marked vehicle would not be able to scan quietly the area, because everyone can see there's a van coming, and it would endanger their lives, those guys that you would send. So hence the vehicles we were sending were normal sedans that are not marked, where it would be nothing out of the ordinary for them to pass there. Commissioner.
Even if you make a specific request for them not to be conspicuous, they would still have gone there with the sirens blaring and all of the things that would make everybody know that police are now coming. So you mean no request could be made that please try to be discreet?
The response vehicle of police stations in general, I assume Santin too, is a patrol van. That's what they use to let's say we switch off the blue lights, but it's still a patrol van. And the guys, they are still in uniform. And either you're endangering their lives by sending them there, because if I had more information maybe, I might have considered that. But at the level of information that we have about what is happening there, I would have thought that would be endangering their lives.
But after scanning the area and establishing that it was in fact not the Hawks, what would have been done? What would ensue thereafter not have endangered the lives of those who would be involved in whatever would ensue?
If using my scenario where I send two vehicles,
yes,
the vehicles, they would have...
The scanning has been done.
Yes.
Others have now arrived because you have come to realize that this is not a Hawks operation. Would lives not still be endangered? I just want to understand this issue about the uniform, because at some stage there would have had to be some engagement between the two sides. So would lives not still have been endangered?
They would have been in danger, the lives, but as I said, that after you've scanned, you've now seen what you are up against, we would have increased the numbers to engage them, but we would not have engaged them with your first two. You would have waited for backup, then you engage. But you can't engage with two.
General, what do you think the SAPS does when they get a report, assuming this was a report to the SAPS, that there are people at the Sandhurst house who are pretending to be members of the SAPS, in the light of your answer that the SAPS would have gone there with sirens and everyone would have been in danger, are you suggesting that the SAPS doesn't have the capability to do the kind of, I think you say, surveying to see what's going on, to do that without endangering their members?
Commissioner, they definitely do. But the quickest readily available response is that of a patrol van. That's the quickest and readily available at any station. But they do have a capacity that they must try and gather. If they have an operation of their own, they would have that. But it's not what you can readily find. It's not a resource that's always on standby like a patrol van. A patrol van, 24 hours of the day, is ready to respond.
Did you even consider to get the SAPS to attend to this, or you are now reverse thinking because you're being asked these questions, and now you're creating an explanation why the SAPS would have been unsuitable? And when I say creating an explanation, at this point at least, I'm not suggesting any dishonesty about it. It's really to try and understand, did you even consider to contact the SAPS to do this and discounted them, or it just never occurred to you from the outset? You knew this was going to be a DPCI operation.
The strength of TOMS, commissioners, is not necessarily of the members that they have, but the network that they have. So I couldn't foresee that the patrol van could get there quicker than the people that work with TOMS. For example, TOMS have got security companies that they have. Even if Mokoena decided that he's going to send the Joburg Metro, which is part of them, or the Gauteng Traffic, which is part of the team, to scan the area for us, it would have sufficed. So when I said to Mokoena, send people, I meant in his network. So the police, to be honest, commissioners, was never, the patrol van was never part of my thinking from the word go. I never had the police van as part of those that I wanted deployed from the word go.
Well, you've also told us that you know that they have private cars, unmarked cars, which are not patrolled vans. The SAPS, did I understand you? Did I hear you properly?
I was talking my team that I sent there.
Okay.
That the team that I sent there, I sent them with unmarked cars. Yes, I was referring to those. That the team that went there, they had unmarked cars to respond with.
No, but you don't know who was sent there because you gave the instruction to Brigadier Mokoena. So why do you talk as if you know that the team that was sent there had unmarked cars?
Remember, Commissioner, I mentioned that he told me that he sent Kruger.
Yes.
And I said Kruger was the right choice in my thinking because it's from, at least I thought it was from the East Rand. So I did have the name Kruger.
You see, Captain Kruger gave evidence last week. And one of his misgivings about attending to the address in Senton was that he did not have his blue light and the car that he was driving did not have proper tires. So in his mind, he thought what he needed was a car that has blue lights. So his understanding of the situation is different from yours.
I would think he meant driving towards us and not to arrive with the blue lights on the scene. I thought maybe he would have meant while getting there, not when he's there to come with the blue lights. There is no way that he would have wanted to arrive there with the lights on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, then if we can deal with the conclusion of your statement, which is at page 6.
Before you go to the conclusion, can I just deal with another topic, a different topic? General, when you spoke to Brigadier Mokoena, to attend to this. You say in your statement that you told him that General Libya has said there are people who are pretending to be hawks. Is that all you said to him?
No, I told him that General Libya says there are people who are alleging to be members of the Hawks. That's one. Two, they alleged to have been sent by him, General Libya. That's where Mukwena mistake it for me to be saying that Libya is with them. That's why he's making the mistake there. I didn't say General Libya is at the house, which is how I think Mukwena understood it. But I was saying, firstly, they say they're members of the Hawks. Secondly, they say they have been sent by General Libya, because that was the message I received.
So where he's testified that you said that these people were with General Libya, and he in fact acted on it because he on a video showed, on the phone, showed Captain Wanda that he's in the same place as General Libya. You're saying that's not correct. You didn't say that to him.
No, I didn't say that, but he misunderstood what I was saying.
No, don't try and explain what he said. He's testified. He's told us that what you told him
That's not
was
what I
that
told
these people were with General Libya. You're saying that's not what you told
No.
him. Is General Mukwena the only person apart from General Libya? And I keep in mind that you say after you spoke to General Libya, you then checked with your component heads. I think that's what they are called, whether they have operations.
Yes.
You ask Mukwena the same thing, and then you ask the provincial head, I think you said,
Of Gauteng.
of Gauteng as well. The instruction to then attend to the scene, you only discussed that with Mukwena, with Brigadier Mukwena.
Only.
You didn't give an instruction to anyone else.
No.
Okay. Now, we know from the evidence of Captain Kruger, he told us that Brigadier Mukwena sent to him a WhatsApp picture of a black X5, which we now know from that evidence that it belongs to the Office of the National Commissioner, KZN. We know that. You've had that evidence. Are you aware of that evidence?
No.
Okay. So what Captain Kruger told us is Brigadier Mukwena sent him a picture of this black X5 and also the details of an Audi vehicle, which happens to be the one that you say he sent you the details and you don't know why he sent them. Now, that details of the Audi and of the X5 he sent to Captain Kruger. Do you know where Brigadier Mukwena would have received this? Did he receive it from you?
Definitely not from me. I don't know where he got it from.
Okay. And if he didn't receive it from you, it must mean he sourced it himself from somewhere else. If he didn't get it from you, because this instruction comes from you.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I did not give him the BMW.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
He also didn't send it to me, if I may just add, the BM part, but he sent me the Audi.
Yes. I asked the question because he's talking to you and then he shares down to his people and he sends a picture and the details of the vehicle down to his people. And the question is, where would he have taken them from? Am I wrong in my assumption that he would have gotten this car details from you? Is that incorrect to put?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay.
I didn't have that.
Thank you.
Just a matter of detail, you'll forgive me if you've already touched on it in your testimony, General. In paragraph 4, you say, I was approached by the then national head of the Hawks, Lieutenant General Godfrey Libya, who inquired from me whether I was aware of a Hawks operation underway at a house in Sandton. He informed me that the information he had received is that the members of the Hawks were conducting an operation at a specific house in Sandton, and it goes on. Did General Libya tell you how or by what means he had received this information?
Yes, he did, Commissioner. He said he got a call.
A call.
He did mention that.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
And I think I did ask you earlier as to whether he told you who he had received the information from. Let's not repeat that.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Maybe lastly from me, General, you've given us a list in one of the annexures, a list of what you say are cases or incidents of where people have impersonated the
that's
Hawks, have claimed to be from the Hawks. And some of them there's been prosecutions, others you have said they were found unfounded. It says unfounded. You've told us what the status is. And some of them there's been prosecutions. Now, is any one of the 30 a case where a member of the public just called and said there are people here who say they're members of the DPCI, and then you've sent your people there to go and find out without knowing what's going on? Any one of these 30?
We didn't have it that way, but how we had it, Commissioner, was a person would inform us that certain people approach me and they want me to pay, and we are going to meet them. I've agreed that I will meet them tomorrow. Then we send our people to intercept them. Yes.
It's really been planned operations.
Yes.
You received information and you planned operations.
He gives us that by the time he contacts us, usually they've already interacted, first interaction with these people. And then we then facilitate the payment and the receiving of the money for us to arrest them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, then if we can deal with the conclusion of your statement, most of which you have already dealt with in your engagement with the Commissioners. I think the first was regarding Captain, the instruction, and you engaged the Chair on that, the difference between legitimate SAPS operation and confirming that they are bogus police or not. And then if you could perhaps deal with the remaining issues, in particular the 19.4, which is the aspect that Brigadier Mokoena testified about the disciplinary offense.
Yes. I think I've also mentioned this, Commissioners, when I said it is not a misconduct if the member who's responding brings in backup for himself. That's what I was meaning there.
And then at 19.2, you deal with what you say in the last sentence is that if either has been established, the team must leave immediately. And that is the scenario where you say if the task is to verify that they are real police officers, then once the team has established that, they must leave immediately.
Yes, yes. But this is where I say it is the members that actually responded seem to have understood the mission better than Mokoena, who was conveying it to them, because they seem to have been going there with an intention to verify if those were legitimate police officers. That's how I understood it. Maybe I could be wrong there. But I understood that Mokoena was the one missing it. But as the chair corrected me too, maybe it is just the slip of a tongue, I don't know. But the actual people that responded seem to have responded to the real question that we wanted them to respond to.
And then on page 8, paragraph 20, if you can address your your response regarding the suggestion that there was an attempt to interfere in the arrest operation of Mr. Katiso Molefe by the Hawks.
Yes, I raised that point because, at least starting from me, that I can testify about, I had no idea whose house that was, me who's sending them. And I assume also the colleagues that I gave the address to, because they were responding to the address that I forwarded to them, that they would not have known until they arrived there. If they had the knowledge of who Katiso Molefe is, they would not have known when they were going there, because when we give it to them, when I gave it to them, there is no name that goes with it. I didn't know who's the owner of the house was. I'm assuming also that even if they knew who Molefe was, I don't think they would have known by looking at the address that this address will belong to Molefe. So at least from the colleagues that responded, on the basis of the address that was given, I do not foresee that they would have anticipated who the owner of the house was, because it didn't come with the information that would educate them to that effect. So I believe that the people that, when they didn't know whose addresses were, in as much as I will send them. Thank you.
And so based on that, you say that that wasn't an attempt to interfere for the benefit of Mr. Molefe?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
General, on this address issue, is this not information that is easily available to the SEPs? If you had wanted to find out whose address this is, in the same way that you want to find out whose vehicle is this, you would have been able to look it up.
If we were in the office, we could have. But at a party with no laptops or any access to information, it would have been very difficult to find out. But if you were to give me the address on a day, office hours, I would find out. I would be able to tell you who owns the address.
Well, we know that even at a party, Brigadier Mkwena was able to check vehicles. Who Mtetwa is, the vehicle belongs to who. He was able to check that. Mkwena or Kruger, one of the two. And they did that on the phone. And I'm assuming, please correct me if I'm wrong, that the address would be verifiable, would be easy to verify as well. I mean, there is a whole data bank of information about public information about whose address is.
We do not have access to that one on cell phones. On the cell phones, they do have an app that links with Inetis, which is a vehicle system.
But it's not impossible to check.
It's not impossible to check, I would guess, but they do not have a system that we have provided them to do that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. That's the evidence of this witness.
General, one last question. There's the one issue of concern, which is an inquiry number. Now, you have described in your paragraph 19.3 in your statement what in fact you say Kruger did when he got to the scene. You say, verifying the operation is legitimate would mean the team would have to go beyond just confirming that the people are police officers. It would mean that the team must verify if they executed the operation, whether the officers executing the operation are authorized to do so. This would require confirmation of the type of operation, etc., and confirmation of, for example, the warrant being executed. This seems to be what Captain Kruger did when he arrived on the scene. Now, we know from his evidence as well, Captain Kruger, that he took photographs of the vehicles that were there. We know that he drew out the reports on those vehicles. We know that he submitted his diary entries of that whole operation. And yet there is no inquiry number. Is that regular, that you would have an operation where your members are verifying the legitimacy of an operation? They've taken the name of the head of that operation, Captain Wanda. So you've got all these facts, and yet there is no record in the DPCI by way of an inquiry number that contains all this information. Is that not irregular, and is that not a matter of concern?
Yes, Commissioner. I think you would have seen, Commissioner, that on the message that he was telling me about Northam, he would have illustrated the inquiry number there, because the standard practice is that there is an inquiry. That's standard practice. My expectation on this one is that there would not have been an inquiry on that day, but that when they come on the next day, working day, they would have registered an inquiry so that they know where to file this thing. But that's not the only purpose it serves. It serves also to justify driving a state vehicle. When we drive a state vehicle, there must be some form of a reference number that justify why you drove from point A to B. So that would be the norm. As to, I'm not complaining that when they went there, they didn't have it. What I find troubling is that when they come back, still not, because it is what they would have needed to put in their logbook as the purpose for driving to a specific address. So, as a norm, it should have had the reference number. It justifies their driving. It also helps in the filing of anything that relates to this, the information about Wanda, the pictures that you have should have found themselves into the file.
So as matters stand, if anyone were to do an audit of that period, there would be no record of this operation?
Particularly after I've heard, I would have been worried about what they would have written in the vehicle logbook for the trip, because our systems require that each trip you justify with some form of a reference that backs it up.
And then lastly, Chair, you saw the pictures where Captain Kruger shared on the group. You saw them now, at least, as you're testifying. Shared on the group the details of the vehicles that were at the scene, the pictures that he took, and then he then shared the pictures, but also shared the details of the vehicles there. Did you ever receive any of those pictures and any of the car vehicle details? Were they shared with you?
No, they were not. None of those were shared with me, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Nube.
Very quickly, the allegations made against the Hawks, I want you to understand them clearly and carefully. In paragraph 16 of Captain Wanda's statement, he says, when the members of the Hawks asked for details about the operation, including who we were arresting and the case number, witness A refused to disclose this information and indicated that it was not necessary for them to know these details. Now, do you accept that if this is what the members of the Hawks did, and it's a big if, then that would be interfering with lawful police operations? Because that's not what they were sent there to do.
We did not send them to do that.
Do you accept that that would be interference? Why would they be interested in who is being arrested and what the case number is? Why would they be interested in that?
I don't know why they would want to know that, because that's not what's the mandate. That's not, and even in the evidence that I've had, which is a snippet thereof, they did not seem to think they would have been tasked to do that.
And then lastly, in 19.2 of your statement.
19.2.
Yes, on page 7.
Yes, I'm there.
You say to verify that these are real police officers. I won't read the whole statement because you have it. And then last sentence you say, if either has been established, either, not both, if either has been established, the team must leave immediately. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, according to Warrant Officer Nkosi, within 5 minutes of him getting there, he had established that these are police officers and this is a legitimate police operation. What troubles me about what happened on the 6th of December 2024 is that the Hawks were there for close to an hour, doing what nobody knows, because within 5 minutes they should have been able to establish that these are the police, they are wearing subs issued bulletproof vests, these are the details of the people. You established that in 5 minutes. Now the other 50 minutes, I don't know what the Hawks were doing there. And that troubles me. Because you can understand why there's an allegation that they were interfering or intimidating the police who were there to effect an arrest or to execute a J50. Because nobody's accounting for the 50 minutes. Nobody's telling us after they got there and they did what you asked them to do, why did they remain for another 15 minutes and what were they doing there?
Thank you, Commissioner. I also do not understand why they took so long. What I would have expected, the meeting between Captain Kruger and Captain Wanda should have settled all concerns, because I would have expected Captain Kruger to produce his appointment certificate, Wanda does the same. They exchange their details for whatever reason. This is an official operation. Everything ends there. In my opinion, there would not even be a need after that interaction for even taking pictures outside. Because the pictures, I would have expected them before they interact. But after this interaction, the mission is accomplished.
Now, put yourself in the position of the police officers that were executing the takedown operation there. It is now 5:20 on the day in question. You've satisfied the Hawks members that you are legitimate police and they've verified your identity. And then for the next 40 minutes, the Hawks are hanging around while you are, executing a lawful police operation. Put yourself in the position of those police officers. What would you expect them to think of the Hawks while they are busy executing this operation? And for 40 minutes, the Hawks are just hanging around and nobody knows what they are doing there.
It is for that reason that I'm not surprised about the allegation that found itself coming to our way. Because I do not understand myself why they were there now. More so because earlier I would have been told that they would have been in a rush to another operation. So I thought they would have gone there with very much pressure on time, if they're still gonna find themselves and not them. So I honestly cannot explain that, why after the interaction, after they've sent us the numbers, I don't know what kept them there from that point. I have no idea.
General, can I just follow up on the question, the first question that Commissioner Kumalo asked you, and I follow up because you did not give a yes or no answer. He asked you, he put to you that that when Captain Kruger was with Captain Wanda, there was a request to see the J50. Witness A told them that the operation was legitimate. That was paragraph 16. You remember, Commissioner Kumalo just read to you.
Correct.
When the Hawks asked for details about the operation, including who we were arresting and the case numbers, witness A refused to disclose the information. Now, from the evidence that we've had, by this point, your Hawks members know and are satisfied that this is a legitimate, this is a police operation by this point. The question, as understood, being asked of you is, having established that it's a legitimate operation, to go on and then want to see, to ask about the J50, what is the operation, who are you arresting, the case number, to ask that after your members have established that it's a legitimate operation, that would constitute interference. Any act after they have verified that which you say you expected them to do, to ask that kind of detail would be now to interfere in a legitimate operation, no?
I am not opposed to that view, because who they wanted to arrest there, with or without a warrant, was not our business. That one, I don't think we'll have a dispute on that, because the purpose was to find out, are these Hawks members? Yes, no, police. Anyone spoke about Libya? The answer is no. None of us spoke about Libya. At that point, we're done.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. That's the evidence for this witness.
Thank you very much, General.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And Ms. Ngube, about tomorrow?
9:30, Chair. Tomorrow.
I wasn't asking about the time. I just wanted to get an idea of what we have. Or perhaps let me not put you on the spot.
Thank you, Chair. I'd appreciate that.
Let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.